Tuesday, July 21st. This meeting is authorized under the procedure bylaw, Part 14, and members may participate in person or by electronic means. Council member attending by electronic means loses connection. We'll get you back online as soon as possible. Very important that video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream. But just a reminder that in accordance with 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to conform quorum. We acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people and thank them for their generosity to all of us on these lands as we strive to become a true city of reconciliation. Thanks to staff, and why don't we single out the firefighters today because they have been busy. So thanks so much for all of their work and of course all the work everybody else does here at this great city. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick is on city business. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, clerks. I'm going to go through the plan for the day and I'll get you then, Councillor DeGenova. Any comments on these items that are on today can be sent to council using the web via the city's website. That's tweeted out at Van City Clerk. We do have a longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, so I'll remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics. As a reminder, this meeting started July 5th. Today we have 3 remaining reports to deal with today. So the plan for today is to get rolling this morning, a break at noon, finish at 1 p.m. for lunch, and then we'll come back, break from noon till 1 for lunch. If we need to, 1 till 5 to finish the remainder of this business. Then we'll break and then come back for a public hearing at 6 p.m. tonight. All these reports have speakers, council, so we're going to start with the policy inquiry process directions report addressing social housing and secured rental housing priorities in the East Hastings sub-area between Clark Drive and Campbell Avenue. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on this one?
Point of
Go
privilege. Ahead. Thanks. Mayor Stewart.
Right. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No worries. I will recuse myself at this time from this item and declare a conflict of interest as I have an immediate family member who has a pecuniary interest in this project with one of the partners, Promerita, in this rezoning. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. So just reminded other councillors, we're at a bare quorum here, so please keep your videos enabled. We have Angela Clark, the housing planning from the planner here to present the item. Oh, we have Teresa O'Donnell, of course. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. We're very pleased to be here today. This is the second of the 4 policy reports that are being brought forward to Council this week. And we're excited about this one because this one did go through the Council's policy inquiry process, and I think it shows the success of that process. As you'll see, as Angel comes up to explain the merits of the case, this opportunity, the new council-initiated process, gave us the opportunity to take a look at this policy and see if it was working, see if it was delivering on the council's objectives and delivering the kind of affordable housing and social amenities that the council wanted in this particular area of town. And we found out that it wasn't. We found out that the policy was not delivering. And so this gave us an opportunity to take a fresh look at that policy, and we're very pleased with the outcome. Angel will give us the specifics of the case, and then we're happy to answer any questions.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So as you know, my name is Angel Clark. I'm a housing planner for these proposals. So the presentation I will be sharing with you today is for 2 policy inquiry process, known as PEP for short, proposals which through the review process were determined to offer opportunities to further council policy objectives in particular for housing, which warranted bringing them forward for council consideration under the PEP Directions Report pathway. There are 2 recommendations staff are bringing forward. The first recommendation is to consider future rezoning applications for 2 proposals, which include 5 sites. And the second recommendation is to consider other future rezoning proposals in the Hastings East sub-area between Clark Drive and Campbell Avenue. So the PEP, as Teresa said, is a new review process endorsed by Council in July 2021, which seeks to advance proposals that do not comply with existing policy, but offer opportunities and benefits warranting consideration by Council if they further Council's priorities and goals. Staff review proposals as against a set of baseline criteria and the review criteria you see listed on this slide. As the 2 proposals I am sharing with you today met select baseline and review criteria, but proposed significant policy deviations, it was determined that they proceed through the rezoning pathway to be brought forward to Council in a PEP Directions Report, which is the step outlined in red on this graphic. This image illustrates the locations of the 5 sites in the downtown east side, including 4 along Hastings Street and 1 along Raymer Avenue. Of the 4 sites along East Hastings Street, the 3 which are solid colored on this map are part of the East Village project, which is a partnership between West Bank Development Corporation, BC Housing, and ProMerida. The proposed housing tenure for the site that is solid blue is 100% social housing, turnkey to BC Housing, and includes SRA replacement housing and new social housing. And the 2 solid red sites are proposed to be 100% secured market rental. The 2 sites that are hatched make up the Ani Development Corporation project. The proposed housing tenure of the site hatched blue is 100% social housing, turnkey to the City of Vancouver, and the hatched red site on Hastings is 100% secured market rental. This slide illustrates what Hastings Street in the area looks like today, with the green arrows highlighting locations of the proposed project sites. The existing zoning along this section of East Hastings Street is primarily M1 and CD1. Along Raymer Avenue, the zoning on the east side is I2 and M1, and the zoning on the west side is CD1, which is the Raycam Community Center and the New Chelsea Society Stamps Place social housing development, which includes seniors and family housing. These areas were designated as a let-go in the 1995 industrial lands policies, meaning that they could be considered for residential development when supporting policy was brought forward. The Downtown East Side Plan, which was approved in 2014, enables residential development here. The Downtown East Side Plan provides a vision, policies, and strategies for the Downtown East Side that focuses on ways to improve the lives of low-income residents and community members. And an objective of the plan is to create vibrant hubs along different sections of East Hastings Street. For the Hastings East sub-area between Clark Drive and Campbell Avenue, form of development policies include building heights up to 120 feet and a density up to 6 FSR. Within this mid-rise building envelope, the requirement is to include a mix of up to 80% market strata or market rental housing and between 20 to 30% social housing. Preliminary economic analysis has shown that strata ownership housing with inclusionary social housing under the maximum density set out in the plan is not viable. Secured market rental housing with inclusionary social housing is even less viable at the densities enabled under the plan. With the exception of the recently approved Ashley Mark Co-op redevelopment, we have not seen a proposal with a 10-year mix of secured market rental housing and social housing. Since the approval of the Downtown East Side Plan in 2014, there has been an increasing number of people experiencing sheltered and unsheltered homelessness, and a continued urgent need for supportive and shelter-rate homes. Key strategies for addressing homelessness are found in the SRO Revitalization Action Plan, which includes strategies to accelerate SRO replacement, while in the interim, securing and improving the existing stock. Further guiding direction to achieve the right supply of housing comes from the Housing Vancouver strategy, which includes a target of 12,000 new social, supportive, and co-op homes and 20,000 new purpose-built market rental homes by 2027. The East Village proposal is for the development of 3 towers. The table on this slide lists the proposed housing tenures, other uses, and heights and densities. This proposal met the housing PEP baseline and review criteria. Other aspects of the proposal which have merit include ground floor commercial retail space and ground floor social enterprise space. The policy deviation that directed this proposal to the PEP is that it includes building heights ranging from 183 feet to 260 feet, which exceed the maximum 120 feet enabled under the plan. Also, there are densities that range from 10.7 FSR to 16.7 FSR, which exceed the plan maximum density of 6 FSR. The proposal from Ani Group for two sites is to permit the development of 2 secured market rental towers on top of a podium at 1220 East Hastings Street and 1 6-story social housing building at 560 Raymer Street. The baseline and review criteria which this proposal met was also for housing. Other aspects of the proposal which have merit include ground floor commercial retail space and ground floor light industrial space, a lease agreement with Community Impact Real Estate Society, which would create opportunities for more affordable retail space for local small businesses, a voluntary community benefit agreement with the City of Vancouver, and an agreement with the Eastside Art Society, who will be the project's public art consultant. The policy deviation is that it includes building height up to 210 feet and a density of 8.56 FSR. There is no policy deviation for the building at 560 Raymer Street. So I'm going to move now to the second staff recommendation we are seeking council direction on. This is to consider other future proposals on Hastings Street between Clark Drive and Campbell Avenue. The Downtown Eastside Plan recognizes that significant senior government investment is needed to deliver much of the social housing in the Downtown Eastside. However, the intent of an inclusionary housing model is for the market housing, whether that be strata or market rental, to pay for the delivery of social housing. What this proposed change would enable is for proposals to come forward at densities where this right supply of housing mix of market rental and social housing is possible and the delivery of more housing units. Note that the Hastings East sub-area extends from Heatley Avenue to Clark Drive. However, the section of Hastings East where this recommendation is focused is only the section shown as blue on this map. So if council approves staff's recommendations for future rezoning proposals in the Hastings East sub-area, the rezoning proposals would need to respond to criteria listed on this slide during an enhanced rezoning process. In conclusion, staff are seeking direction on 2 recommendations listed on the slide as recommendation A and B. Regarding next steps, if council confirms that the proposed policy deviations are warranted by approving staff's recommendation A, the next step would be for the applicants to each undertake an enhanced rezoning process. The process is intended to resolve policy gaps or issues, as well as site-specific issues, and come to a preferred project concept or concepts to inform the rezoning applications. At the rezoning application stage, council will have the opportunity to consider the development proposals. Thank you very much for your time. Staff are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Questions from councilors? Councilor Carr.
Great. Thanks very much. Just a couple at this point. One, you talked just now about an enhanced rezoning process in the future. Would that include some ways in which we could speed up the development permit process?
So the enhanced rezoning process is a robust process that does include public consultation, and we would get to a more refined concept. And so the enhanced rezoning process can take between as little as 8 up to a year and a half. However, so there is that additional time. However, the concepts coming into the rezoning application will be more refined. If there's anything additional Teresa wants to add.
The enhanced rezoning process doesn't, but particularly the social housing projects will run through the short program, so they will be expedited.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, I appreciate the need to consult with the public on this. I'm just looking at ways in which we can deliver it on the ground faster. So
Yes.
It's the short program, okay.
Yes.
Second question. You said the social housing is not viable at the current density. How did we figure out what was the sweet spot in terms of what density is required? Like, I mean, obviously you have some figures here up to 210 feet, but is there a range in which you're considering? I'm just thinking of the fact that the public is always seeming to come back at us saying, why do you need to build so high? So what's the sort of underlying data or information that we've used to determine those heights?
Dan Garrison is going to respond to that. Thanks.
Hi, Dan Garrison, Housing Policy. So we did have Coriolis run some financial testing on proposals in this area and determined that they were unviable at the current plan policy heights and densities. As part of the enhanced rezoning process and throughout the rezoning, of course, one of the pieces of this that we do intend to do is detailed financial analysis to show and determine that the heights and densities are needed and that the projects will be viable. So that will be part of the process, absolutely.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks. That's it.
I think the other thing that's, we have undertaken the financial testing, but we haven't had any proposal come forward since at least 2017. So that shows us that it's not economically viable to the market.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fry? You unmute, Councillor Fry?
Right, the mute button. Appreciate this is early in the process, and you know, there'd be some work done. I'm wondering, because there are so many deficiencies in this particular area, including tree canopy, public amenities, parks, all those kind of things. Is there opportunity, or does any of this significant amount of development contemplate additional public benefits that might be framed that way? I do appreciate the social housing delivery is a significant public benefit in and of itself, but there's a lot of need in this particular part of town.
Thank you, Councillor Fry, for your question. So through the enhanced rezoning process, there will be enhanced engagement with the community. So there will be an opportunity to hear from the community about these proposals, which do include beyond housing, social enterprise space, light industrial space, and ground floor commercial, to respond to proposals and hear from the community about what else is needed. Also to note, staff are also undertaking right now urban design guidelines and a public realm strategy for this area in particular, recognizing that the urban heat island effect, has an impact here. There's a lot of concrete, and so there's some need to kind of look into that further. And so that would be running concurrently if council approves recommendation A to move these enhanced rezonings forward.
Okay, well, that is helpful because the green deficiency in so far as parks and canopy is especially pronounced and significant around here. Second question from me, and this is more to the the parcels that are proximate to the Burrard Inlet line, which is the rail line that runs parallel to Raymer there, which has significantly expanded its operations since the downtown east side local area plan for sure, and even since recent development approvals in the area. I'm wondering, we still haven't resolved that, and it is a significant impact on residences. I'm thinking about the Strathcona Village complex there, and obviously there's rail proximity guidelines from Transport Canada that would play into this, but are there any considerations around how the noise and the ancillary noise from signal crossings, because we have 2 at-grade crossings and a lot of noise that's generated by trains traveling back and forth, and this does impact quality of life, and I worry about approving residences adjacent to a rail line when we're not really considering how we mitigate those impacts.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Downtown East Side Plan does include policies that highlight that housing proposals are subject to technical review and rail proximity issues. And knowing that locating housing adjacent to the rail line in a way to mitigate noise, pollution, vibration, safety issues is of the utmost importance. So there's a couple of things that we do or that are required. One is there are guidelines for new development and proximity to rail operations from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities that provide directions to applicants around setbacks, berms, noise mitigation, vibration, and applicants are required to reach out to rail agencies to meet and comply with FCM guidelines. But in addition, the urban design guideline work that is moving forward will also be looking at that rail adjacency. So the guidelines will consider urban design strategies to mitigate the rail noise and pollution. So for example, consideration of lower occupancy podium massing for sites adjacent to the rail, as well as other strategies to mitigate adverse impacts to noise and vibration.
Are we contemplating anything specifically around managing the at-grade crossing, which is kind of our realm, at sort of the intersection of Raymer, Cordova, around there. Because that generates a lot of signal noise. It's ancillary to the actual rumbling and vibrations of the train. It's actually the bells for the crossing to facilitate cars moving through.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to pass that question to Anil Horshowi, who should be on the line, I believe.
Morning, Council. Neil Rashowi, Assistant Director for Community Planning. The city is in active consultation with both the community and with CP Rail on those crossings specifically, looking for solutions, recognizing that trains that do cross and even queue up there and sometimes wait for extended periods of time can trigger those signals and really causing a disturbance for the local residents. And so we acknowledge that and looking for active solutions to improve those crossings so we can actually remove eventually at some point in time the signalization noises. There's considerations of access for deliveries and business access for the businesses along
Just
the
ask you
streets,
that.
and so
Just ask you just finish this
at
as
time.
quickly as you can. Yeah, we're at
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. So, but we are actively looking for solutions because we acknowledge that those are considerations for future and existing residents.
Thanks, Neil. And I just want to add a point of clarity. It's actually the rail operator's CN there, not
Okay.
Did I
CP.
say CP?
Great, thanks.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, how many of the proposed units are SRO replacement units?
So in the East Village proposal, which is the Vernon Apartments, is our SRA designated building, and there are 36 units in that building.
So just 36 are SRA replacement.
Yes, that's
We
correct.
call that the vermin. Are the replacement social housing units going to be at shelter rate?
Yes, they will be at shelter rate. In the downtown east side, the social housing requirement is for 1/3 of the units within a social housing building to be shelter rate, 1/3 hills, and 1/3 low end of market rent. So there will be those shelter rate replacement units and additional shelter rate units provided.
So how many shelter rate units will we get out of the whole deal?
The total number of units in the proposal will be subject to the proposals. Will be kind of determined in more detail through the enhanced rezoning stage, but there will be within the East Village proposal about 40 or more, at 40 at a minimum, shelter rate units. Doing quick math.
Plus the 36?
So we will seek a 1-for-1 replacement. However, that will be determined more through the enhanced rezoning process when we would be doing a pro forma analysis of the project. But that's what we seek.
Can somebody explain what the BC Housing Partnership with the private company is like? Like the private company builds the housing and gives it to BC Housing? How does that work?
Yes, that's right. So in this case, instead of the building coming turnkey to the City of Vancouver, the building would go turnkey to BC Housing. So the private developer would build it, and then BC Housing will be owning the land and the building.
And the private developer owns the land now?
So currently, my understanding is BC Housing is on title for the land. However, it's dependent on, continued ownership is dependent on this proposal proceeding. So yeah.
Do we have any idea what the rents of the market housing are going to be like?
So the rents of the market housing could be up to market. And if the applicant such chooses to take the DCL waiver, they would be at the DCL waiver rents. I do have some examples of what. So, average market rent in newer buildings on the east side right now for a studio are $1,596 for a studio, for example, $2,400 for a 2-bed. It will, that's across the east side of Vancouver. So in this part of the city, the maximum rent that could be charged might be a little bit less, but it will depend.
But that's the average, and this would be a new building, so it'd probably be higher in this building.
So that average data is based on newer buildings in general on the east side of Vancouver. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, dear.
Thank you.
Councillor Weep?
Yeah, thank you. Pete asked questions about making sure that we expand the tree canopy in the area. I'm interested in the economic viability on the commercial space. Can you speak a little bit more about how much the space will be lease agreement to Community Impact Real Estate Society and what that could look like to support kind of the maker space and light industrial we have in the area, as well as the agreement with the East Side Arts Society about how we can ensure that some of that arts and culture space and galleries are still able to be viable in the area.
Yeah, you bet. So Ani Development Group in their proposal did indicate that likely one of the spaces, so within their building, so this secured market rental building has ground floor commercial retail, and then the social housing building has the ground floor light industrial. Which of the spaces the agreement with Community Impact Real Estate Society would be with is still to be determined, and that will be further worked through the enhanced rezoning process. I don't know too much further detail about the agreement to hire Eastside Art Society as the public art consultant beyond that. But yeah, you may have an opportunity to ask the applicant.
Okay, and then the other component is it talked about in 1995, we did this let go of the industrial space, but recognizing that we're in a very different context now with the need for light industrial and the amount of Made in Strathcona and different organizations in that area. Have we looked at trying to ensure that the base floor on a lot of these projects can still provide light industrial so that we can have that live work opportunities in the area?
I think I'm going to look to Neil Hershowy on the call to answer this one. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councillor Weeb, could you repeat the last part of the question?
So because in 1995, it looked like the context was this is a let go area, but recognizing we are in a different industrial needs time many years later, I'm just wondering if there's been more conversations about trying to ensure that the main floor of these buildings provide light industrial so we can still have that makers opportunity, kind of light industrial made in Strathcona that's become really popular.
Thank you for the question. That's an excellent question. It is something we've discussed, but no work has been done. We agree that having local employment opportunities within Strathcona aligns with the goals of the Downtown East Side Plan to really provide local community economic development. But no policy work has been done to advance that just yet.
Okay, but recognizing that today we've been asked to vote on a second section of policy work for that area, is that something that could be that staff could review in that policy work, that when they do bring it back, there's an opportunity to ensure the industrial space and different projects to do Cyrus work?
Absolutely. It's because it does align with previous council direction on the special enterprise project, which is looking at opportunities for local industrial spaces and employment spaces in Strathcona. So we could certainly add that to the work program to align with council's recommendation here.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I have a handful of questions. Just with respect to the housing itself, was there a possibility of both social rental and strata in one building? Or is that, I know you did the performance and the feasibility of it, was that considered?
So these proposals, because these came through the PEP, what we've done is we've been reviewing what has been come forward from applicants. So this strata was not a part of the proposal.
I can certainly ask the applicant after as well. A couple other questions, not specific to the housing, but adjacency to the properties 1030, 1040, 1050, 1060 on East Hastings. 420, that little parcel that's on the west side of the rail line, is that, who owns that property? And is there is it city? Is it privately held? And what's contemplated? It's a very small strip, right, between that and the parking lot where Raycam is.
Yeah, that parcel is privately owned right now. Yeah.
Do we have anticipate anything coming forward in that? It's a very slim, narrow.
We haven't seen a proposal come forward on that specifically.
A question specific to the rail operators, a little different from Councillor Fry's, but can you remind me, do the rail operators, they have an obligation and responsibility to not only maintenance the rail lines, but cleanliness around the rail lines on their, because they're landowners in this case, I think. And
Sorry, I'm not sure about that specifically. So,
okay. Maybe it can be, we can get a follow-up memo on it, but the reason I asked the question is, aside from, I know there's proximity guidelines, but we haven't adopted those in the city of Vancouver, which is largely related to safety. And then we've seen some pretty tragic incidents involving rail. But my question is around the responsibility for cleanliness, because you will note around a lot of our rail lines in the city, they're pretty deplorable. And now I just think it needs to be a conversation. So that's a comment more than a question. But I would appreciate information back about who's responsible and whether we have an accountability mechanism as a city around obligations for both safety, in addition to safety, but also cleanliness. And then there was a reference to what would be the expectation around setbacks for the housing, proposed housing? Can someone comment on that, especially if we're having retail and other.
I'm going to pass this to Derek Robinson, the development planner.
Thanks very much for the question, Derek Robinson, development planner. So this is quite early in the process, right? And so again, that's something that we would have a fulsome review of through the enhanced rezoning process. In terms of, which will include public consultation, of course, in terms of specifically the ground floor, we would anticipate, typical setbacks if there are uses such as retail, right? We're looking to create, a safe, active, inviting space there. But again, that's also work that'll be investigated through the more broader guidelines work that was previously mentioned in terms of how we can achieve the best overall public realm and achieve as many objectives as possible in terms of, increasing tree canopy and all the various sort of objectives that we're trying to balance. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, and I think I'll add one question to that is because I think we have to think about the public realm. It's very pedestrian oriented around there. Many people are walking, so having that space and for other uses, but also with the transit corridor, I know that there's been a contemplation of rapid transit and potentially being similar to Broadway, but I know TransLink's also starting to look at maybe not tunneling and doing that, but doing more just rapid bus and dedicated lanes. And so then having to think about spacing for that. And I get that's far out, but it all ties into if we're having transit-oriented communities as the planning for that. So I'd be interested in that. I'll pause my questions there because I know we have speakers. Thanks.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I just want to reflect back just to confirm that I've got my head around this, just because it's been a full council schedule. I just want to make sure that I'm committed. So under the existing zoning, it's not feasible at 80% strata and 20% social. Therefore, the height is increasing in the potential consideration of these rezoning applications, going to rental, but still considering the same ratio of social housing at 20%.
That's correct.
And so therefore, and there's no ability to increase the ratio of social housing?
So at the enhanced rezoning, during the enhanced rezoning process, we would be doing a pro forma analysis to determine if there is an additional opportunity to increase from 20%, above 20% social housing.
Maybe I can frame the question a bit differently. We have had a historical paradigm of requiring 20%. If we're going to consider projects through the PEP to be exceptions to the existing area plans, do we have an opportunity to set a higher benchmark?
Dan Garrison will answer that. Thanks.
Hi, Councillor. Thanks for the question. Dan Garrison, Housing. I think it is interesting, and Council has asked us through the PEP process to sort of challenge the inquiries to try to exceed Council policy. I think in this case, and as Teresa outlined off the top, What we found in reviewing these policy inquiries is that the policies and the plans that are set today, the sort of historical standard benchmark you referenced, just isn't working and isn't viable. And so we think that these are interesting opportunities. That's why we've brought them to council and recommended them as to proceed, just to be able to achieve what we've typically achieved. I think it's also interesting to note the Downtown Eastside Plan does speak to the importance of rental housing, even if it's market rental housing, as sort of a moderating and like a moderating sort of insertion of market housing as opposed to strata. So I think that that's an interesting part of this too, is we do also need the rental housing.
So reflecting back, and I guess pushing this a bit, I hear you, all housing is good. Rental housing is better than strata. It's what we need right now. Social housing is fantastic. Can we push the envelope? Could we set it at, or what are the implications of saying an aspirational 25% or 30%, for example?
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. One of the points to note is the Downtown Eastside Plan for this area actually does set a range of 20 to 30%, which was aspirational, right? And we understood that that would have required more sort of public investment than we've seen to be able to achieve that. So we haven't seen any projects come forward in this area that are inclusionary projects delivering even the base minimum 20% yet. So
That's within the existing zoning though. Correct?
that is. And so now as we're considering this going forward, I think it was, as Angel said, we would be happy to look at that with the applicants as we go through the enhanced rezoning process of is it possible to achieve more than the 20%?
Okay, and then sort of a corollary, sorry, long day. Corollary, it's morning, to that is, to Councillor Fry's question and following up, do we have the opportunity, we're considering these rezonings, to set other aspirational targets like amendment 20% and 10% of value for public benefit, for example, because we have the public amenity deficit that we're seeing in projects because we're prioritizing the housing tenure?
I think it's a great direction to staff. I would be nervous about setting that today. We can do some additional economic testing. We can ask our applicants for some pro formas. We could do some modeling, and then maybe we'll do a check-in with the council before we actually bring back the zoning proposal to see if we can't indeed increase those possibilities.
Just to be clear, because I appreciate that. So procedurally, Teresa, how would that work? Because normally it's out of council's hands once you're considering the rezoning application, and then we get the rezoning application kind of fully baked, if you will, right? And so without necessarily giving direction. And again, I don't want to inhibit the project, but I also want to look at these opportunities to make sure that we're doing our due diligence. So is this that staff are hearing this interest that I'm expressing?
Yes.
Or other councillors may express, or is this versus direction, or how and when would that come back as opposed to here is your fully baked rezoning?
And therein lies the beauty of the council's leadership on the PEP process, right? Because we're not looking at a specific zoning case like we are on a couple of the other ones. Yeah. We do have some flexibility. We can provide that. We hear you loud and clear. We can provide that either as an informational session like today, or we can provide it in a written follow-up report to the.
Okay, so you don't think, just to be explicitly clear, that we need direction that council would aspire to seeing either achieving a greater percent of social housing in general terms and or public benefit?
I think we hear you loud and clear, and we'll take that away and certainly bake it into our additional work with the applicants.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions to staff. We're going to move to speakers. 4 speakers on the list today for this item. We have speaker number 1, Ernest Lang. Ernest Lang, speaker number 1.
Hi. Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Can you hear me?
Yep, it sounds pretty good.
Great. Thank you. My name is Ernest Lang. I'm a grateful Canadian immigrant of Chinese Asian descent and the founder and CEO of Promerita Group. My pronouns are he, him, and his, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. Vancouver is a wonderful city, and it's been my home for almost 50 years. However, the fact that our city has earned the unfortunate reputation as the epicenter of the housing crisis, the anti-Asian hate crime capital of North America, and also the city with the most cumbersome entitlement processes is a clear sign that our collective failure in housing has caused deep, unintended traumas in our city and against the people of Vancouver, especially against the most vulnerable and marginalized. I'm here to ask Council to direct staff to consider our East Village rental and social housing project application for rezoning, and further, eliminate an enhanced rezoning course that would extend the process by another year and delay the delivery of over 750 rental and social housing units. I am confident that our experienced team, working in collaboration with city staff, can successfully address any and all rezoning, community, and amenity considerations through an immediate rezoning intake. It has already taken us close to 2 years to be here. Further delays in this time of extreme housing crisis cannot be acceptable. I want to start by stating that this project is part of a family legacy. I'm an immigrant from an immigrant family with a modest economic background. If you read the letters from the project sponsors, you will know that I identify with orphans. As I was raised by a single mother, having lost my father to leukemia at the age of 10. My mother also developed cancer when I was a student, and she died at a relatively young age as well. And I believe that many of the folks in Strathcona are the orphans of our city. We have abandoned them, and we need to make things right. East Village is a heart-driven project. It is driven by the same sense of purpose behind the fact that there's a home named after my late mother, Grace Lang, called the Grace Suite at the new Women's and Family Center on Cordova and Princess Street that I'm going to be touring with several provincial leaders this afternoon. It's the same sense of purpose that led to Westbank's agreement to name our partnership the Beauty and Grace Development Partnership in honor of the beauty and grace that is imbued in the people of Strathcona. It's the same sense of purpose that has inspired the East Village team to develop a capital plan that enables the people of British Columbia to own the $13 million East Village lands in this project for a grand total of $1. And by the way, we have already transferred that property to BC Housing as our symbol of our commitment to address this housing crisis with real action and not just words or further study or process. It's the focus on people that has inspired my over 2 decades of experience as a donor and advocate for Strathcona and the downtown east side, while serving as a volunteer, board member, and vice chair of Union Gospel Mission and supporting other organizations active in the city. Before this East Village project, I had never been involved in any multifamily developments in the city of Vancouver. Why did I get involved here, even though there are many other good, more profitable, and far less fraught places to invest time, energy, and capital? It's because I know what it's like to live in a 10-person household, crammed together in a small, 1,860 square foot, 3-bedroom, 1.5-bath townhouse. To be worried about food costs and buying discounted foods at or past the expiry dates at a market on Pender Street, to pay for the rent of the cheapest apartment unit on the ground floor of a minimally maintained old building in Vancouver with no direct sunlight and a view to the neighbor's wall. The heart-driven purpose of East Village is to deliver exactly what the City of Vancouver needs, what my people, our people of Strathcona deserve. 100% good quality, accessible, and affordable rental and social housing. This is why this project for my community, my people, our people cannot wait. It's taken almost 2 years just to get to this point. We have already been through an enhanced process just to get to this council meeting. The people who desperately need this housing cannot endure another year or year and a half of process just for us to make a rezoning application. There is no justifiable reason for further delay. We are ready. The community is ready. The over 1,000 people who want to live in these East Village homes are certainly ready. Our request to Council is to have the process reevaluated and the enhanced rezoning process eliminated for this project. Any and all of the rezoning, community, and amenity considerations can be dealt with by our very experienced team and city staff through an immediate rezoning intake. We face an extraordinary and unprecedented housing crisis that requires extraordinary measures and courageous leadership. A 2.5 or 3 or 4 year total rezoning process for a project like East Village that is entirely social and rental housing is just not good enough anymore for the people of Vancouver. I urge you to demonstrate your extraordinary leadership for these extraordinarily challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thank you so much. The next is Raymond Kwong. Speaker number 2, Raymond Kwong.
Good morning, Mayor Stewart and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Raymond Kwong. I am a resident of Vancouver and as the provincial director of the Housing Hub at BC Housing. I'm here to speak to you in support of the policies and direction for securing rental housing priorities in the Hastings East sub area between Clark Drive and Campbell Avenue. The Housing Hub is a division of BC Housing focused on working in partnership with the housing industry to further the mandate of BC Housing to create housing solutions for middle-income households, as well as a center of excellence for opportunities to create additional social, affordable, and rental housing. Housing is fundamental to the well-being of our province and our community. With affordable options becoming increasingly out of reach for our residents, it is critical to seek innovative partnerships with local housing organizations, Indigenous groups, the development community, and financial institutions to increase rental housing options for British Columbians across the housing spectrum. That is why I'm speaking to you today. In my capacity as the Provincial Director of Housing Hub at BC Housing, I want to express my support for an important housing project proposed for 3 sites in Vancouver: the Living East Village project at 1030 to 1070 East Hastings Street, 1115 to 1127 East Hastings Street, and 1168 to 1180 East Hastings Street. These 3 sites are a rare opportunity to bring a diverse blend of rental and affordable housing to a community with truly diverse needs. This portfolio of projects are at a critical juncture, sensitive to delays from an unfavorable environment. It requires all stakeholders involved to act purposefully to seize the opportunity to provide over several hundred urgently needed new homes. With that, we encourage you to strongly consider taking the following action to move this policy direction forward so that proposed projects such as this can move forward. We encourage Council to consider: 1, provide direction to City staff on this Living East Village project and the future PEP process. Number 2, request to begin the rezoning process rather than early next year. And number 3, consider that this proposal be expedited as a social purpose project. I'm sure we all agree that the downtown east side is in urgent need and is most deserving of this unique housing opportunity. The proposed Living East Village would provide the homes that low and middle income individuals and families desperately need to continue to live and work in the Vancouver area. With 605 units of new secured purpose-built below-market rental homes and 157 units of affordable rental and social housing, 36 of these are to replace existing SRO units with self-contained housing units. The project through the Housing Hub is on our inventory list for potential financing from BC Housing. BC Housing, through the Provincial Rental Housing Corporation, is now the owner of one of the sites that contains the SRO Burn-In Hotel, which is not an operation that we completed through an acquisition from Paul Merida and have a limited time period option should the rezoning approval process not proceed. In essence, the acquisition will be at $1 or nominal fee at the end of the day. Time is of the essence, and assuming the project goes through expeditious project approval channels, the free land component certainly has attracted the strongest interest of the province and creates good project viability and creates the foundation for a bold and innovative partnership. The availability of affordable rental housing remains a challenging problem in many parts of the province, and Vancouver is no exception. To keep up with community growth and meet the housing needs of everyone, increased density, building heights, and a range of unit types across the housing spectrum are vital for this area. If we don't keep up with affordable housing supply, it results in increasing levels of displacement, eviction, and homelessness, which impacts all of us. Thank you for recognizing the critical need to work together to build rental and social housing units like those of the proposed Living East Village project. That concludes our discussion for you, Mayor Stewart and Council, and I'm happy to respond to any questions that you might all have today for me.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. We have Duncan Sarchuk. Sorry about that. Different when you read it.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks very much, and thanks to Mayor and Council for letting me come speak today. I appreciate that. So I'm here. My name's Duncan Vladarchuk. I'm the Chief of Staff of Ani Group, and as no surprise, I'm here to express our support for this proposal, given it mentions our site. So rather than get any specifics about our site, I wanted to talk a little bit about the genesis of this proposal, as well as some of how our thinking has evolved since originally submitting it. We had a sort of project proposal in place based on the zoning from the current area plan. And while we were going through that, myself and others spent a significant amount of time in the community and learned a lot of really important lessons about what this project needed to do. Obviously, it's situated in a social and demographic community with a lot of vulnerable populations. We wanted to ensure we added that affordable and social housing, but we also sort of wanted to find ways to create economic opportunity and share in some of the prosperity that would come from the project. That's how we got in conversations about community economic development, creating affordable retail space. That's what led to the, for example, MOU with Ceres, the CBA agreement. Myself, I've been involved with a CBA working group at the city and know the important role development can play in creating those opportunities, not just in construction, but also through procurement and post-occupancy. And so that's why we approached the city and said we'd be open at a smaller scale to looking at that. But the genesis of this project that ended up in this report was through a conversation myself and my colleague had with housing, with Ms. Clark and Ms. Mobliss, about is it possible to create a more turnkey option for the affordable housing on Rainier. And we said, sure, we could do that, but we would need to find a way to add some additional density to make the numbers work. And lo and behold, this PAP process came up. And so that is what sort of led us to this project and included these other pieces. Related to that work, and as that was ongoing, we've continued to engage in the community. And so I wanted to share a couple of things that we would like to also offer as something we will explore through this enhanced rezoning process if it was to move forward. One is the continued commitment to explore for new opportunities for economic development, and particularly in the Indigenous community. I think that one of the things I've learned through that engagement is this site and the larger area is situated in a very spiritual place traditionally for many millennia. And through that conversation I had with a hereditary chief recently, we talked about, well, what are the ways we could sort of pay homage to that and include that into the project. And so we'd be looking and open to exploring ways to bring on, the right number of consultants or project team members to ensure this project reflects some of that moving forward. Likewise, this is one of the reasons why we originally, not the reason why, but one of the reasons why people like our companies like ours want to invest and build in these areas is because it's a great area to live, largely because of the local arts community. The local arts community and organizations like the Eastside Arts Society have really allowed to create a robust local art scene, which is one of the reasons why people love living in Strathcona. And so that was one of the impetuses for reaching out for myself, working with Esther Rosenberg at Eastside Arts Society to bring them on as the public art consultant. Not so much as because we just wanted them as the consultant, but that was to show our commitment to using local art through the public art process. But I think one of the things I've really learned, and we've really learned through this process, is that while this is what makes the community, or one of the things that makes the community so great and unique, it also is something that is struggling in terms of affordable space. And so I'm here today to also express Ani's openness and willingness to work with staff, work with the local community to add a cultural amenity space to the project. That could be turnkey to the city potentially. It could be gifted to an organization. I'm not sure how that process works. I would leave that to the city to decide, but I know that our company is willing to explore that. And so the last point I would want to leave related to all this is we want to work, and I think this process is interesting and unique, and we're looking forward to working through it because it allows us to explore different opportunities and different approaches. But the main thing that I would have to stress is even with this proposal, we submitted it in very different economic times. As everyone knows, I don't need to report it. The current situation with construction and financing is changing daily, weekly, monthly. This process, obviously, being going out forward, will also lead to those changes. And so while we want to offer all these packages, the key thing I would leave to Mayor and Council is just providing us and providing the direction for both for us as applicants and for staff to work with us on the heights and the densities. I understand the sensitivities around that, obviously, as a company that builds both all across Vancouver and in the region, but we were willing to work with staff and work with the community to deliver those amenity packages, so long as we can also get the necessary height and density to make the numbers work. So with that, I'll leave it there, and I look forward, I hope you pass this policy, and I look forward to working with staff and the community on our proposal.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you have questions, Councillor Kirby-Young?
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
You mentioned some of the engagement that you'd had with Esther from Eastside Culture Crawl, who's a firecracker, around Passionate for the Arts community. And I'm wondering, beyond sort of the traditional public art opportunities, have you had any discussion around any more innovative, out of the box, non-traditional kind of art opportunities?
Yeah, most of what we discussed was in sort of the public art space, because that was obviously a commitment the project has to deliver on. I think beyond that, our conversation was primarily around the need for space and what can we do through this project to create more opportunity to support people being able to stay in the community. I think, it sounds like Esther, like we'd be more than happy to talk about what that could look like. And I think that's kind of the nice thing again about this process and this project is it allows us to explore things differently.
So could it take a form of, I'm not presupposing, I'm just interested to know, some of that commercial space being artists, production space, et cetera, because that is part of the kind of the challenge is that the housing is desperately needed and it's attractive to live there because the arts community, but then the arts community might be displaced as some more of the housing comes in. So to your point, all coming back to, retaining artists in the community, and that is through space.
Yeah, I think again, I would say we'd be open to exploring any of those options. It's just about making the making it work economically. And that's why we sort of talked about maybe adding an additional space. It wouldn't necessarily be ground floor retail as our original discussion. Doesn't need necessarily stay that way, but I think that starts to make the most sense. And having that space for visual and performing arts production space, it could be fairly significant if you were to say put a floor onto the podium. I mean, I think the podium is around 18,000 square feet. That's a fairly substantive space. And we could work with the city and with the local arts community to figure out, well, what is the best use of that and what could that look like? Again, I would say it's just about having that flexibility to work with staff and the community on what that could look like.
Okay, that's a very attractive idea and opportunities. We're rapidly using that space, and I'm sure Esther walked you through the stats on that, right?
Yes.
And the study they commissioned. Okay, I'm intrigued. Hopefully staff are hearing this conversation, and we'll explore that during a process if this moves ahead. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions. Appreciate it. We have speaker number 4, Stephen Johnson.
Great, thank you. My name is Steve Johnston. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Impact Real Estate Society. CIRES is a not-for-profit social enterprise that curates a portfolio of commercial real estate, predominantly in the downtown east side, that provides a measure of affordability for social enterprise and not-for-profit to operate in the community and around the constituents they serve. I'm here this morning to speak in support of the direction of staff to consider the rezoning applications for 1220 East Hastings and 560 Raymer Street, particularly understanding that in order for these projects to be viable, we do need to look at increasing the height and density in order to make the project work. CIRES has been very proud to work alongside ONI and come to a memorandum of understanding about how we can partner with them to better utilize the commercial real estate, particularly in the 560 Raymer site, to support local community, social enterprise, and not-for-profit. We've heard very eloquent speakers talk about the affordability crisis in real estate for rentals and for SRO units. There's a concurrent affordability crisis in commercial real estate, and that is driving some of the essential supports to downtown east side residents and those that live in rental housing outside of the neighborhoods and away from the constituents they serve. Having projects like these go forward with an inclusion of affordable real estate ensures that we have a longer-term hedge against gentrification, and those important service providers can remain in community. I want to emphasize here that through this MOU, ONI has become a leader in the private sector for partnering with an organization like Community Impact Real Estate. To date, the majority of our portfolio has been acquired through a partnership with government, and this MOU represents the first private developer offering to work with us to create affordability for residents, for small business, social enterprise, and not-for-profit, and to really think deeply about how development can support community economic development. Secondly, I wanted to applaud Ani for voluntarily considering entering into a community benefit agreement process. Again, having been involved quite closely with the development of Vancouver's CBA policy, it was always our fervent wish and dream that a private developer would voluntarily opt in to this type of a policy, and I applaud Ani's leadership here in considering that. We know that development creates a tremendous amount of opportunity for labor, but also for procurement. And projects like these create local employment and local procurement opportunities that, again, advance that cause of community economic development. So, again, just speaking in support of the direction of staff to reconsider these rezonings, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Councillor Weeb, up 5?
Yeah, thanks for coming
up
in.
to 3.
Yeah, I think this is really important. It's great to hear that you have an MOU with one of the proponents. Recognizing that there's also a conversation today about expanding, looking at policy direction for a large area. How do you see us creating city policy for this area to see more projects get a Cyrus component? Do we want to do a 20%? Like, have you seen other cities or other policies that can work that we would have a certain amount of square footage of the commercial space be used for nonprofit or local startups?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. Currently, there's not a lot of policy mechanisms that exist that would promote the inclusion of affordable space for commercial retail, specifically for the arts, not-for-profit, or social enterprise. Under the city's existing CBA policy, those type of policy levers don't kick in until a project size exceeds 460,000 square feet. I think through the rezoning process, though, there's an opportunity to look at commercial real estate, its inclusion in development applications, and understand where there's opportunity to support local community. In this case, I think it's about being thoughtful about the pro formas and looking at height and density as potentially a trade is maybe not the best way to talk about it, but as an exchange that gets greater value for community, that would encourage developers to include commercial real estate in an affordable manner to an organization like Community Impact Real Estate. And then the second piece is that we have an excellent working relationship with BC Housing. In fact, that's where the majority of our commercial real estate assets are acquired. I would suggest that if the city is owning, maintaining any of the real estate assets in these developments, that there could be a closer relationship between Community Impact Real Estate and the City of Vancouver Real Estate and Facility Management to explore how the city can make contributions to the portfolio in a way that benefit community.
And do you have a wait list for your units? Like, is there a significant demand here in the city for the type of units and affordable rents that you provide?
We do, yeah. Currently, we have just over 100,000 square feet of CRU spaces, or approximately 53 different units. We are at 100% occupancy, and I have typically anywhere from 30 to 40 not-for-profit or other groups waiting to access space.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Appreciate you calling in today. Council, that's it for questions from the statements from the public. Can I have somebody move the motion, please?
So moved.
I heard Councillor Carr first, seconded by Councillor Dominato. So we're on the main queue. If anybody would like to speak to this one, please go ahead. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Fry?
Man, you'd think I'd have figured this one out by now, but I won't take the full 5 minutes. I just, do want to reflect, obviously, as all on council will know, I live quite close by, and many will also know that Councillor Swanson and I worked together on the Downtown East Side Local Area Plan, which was culminated in 2014 and contemplated new densities in this particular area. Didn't actually contemplate these kind of heights, but of course didn't contemplate the emergent need for rental housing and the inability for strata to pay for itself. So I appreciate that there's a lot of thoughtful work that's gone into this, and that there is additional work to come. I, certainly reiterate my highlighting for some of the needs in the immediate vicinity, which include, in addition to what's been prescribed in some of this around the series, which is great. I'm a huge supporter of the work that series has been doing. But we do need a lot more green space, park space, tree canopy, and clearly staff are aware of that too as they're going to refine this policy. And of course, the proximity to the rail line, which has been a pretty significant issue since the time of the Downtown East Side Local Area Plan. And I can't overstate how impactful it is for residents who live adjacent to the at-grade crossing and the signal bells, which go on at all hours of the night, and they go on quite persistently. And I've heard them, and I've been to people's homes to listen to it, and it is really impactful, and it doesn't come across as a decibel noise kind of thing. So often it gets overlooked, but I think it really is something that we need to take seriously. I worry about the detox housing that we've similarly approved directly adjacent to that signal crossing, because it really has an annoyance that is so persistent and random that it's tough on people, and I want to highlight that, and it's something that we're going to need to do before we actually move people in to live there. I also just want to acknowledge too that one of the more creative art spaces that has been going on for some time right there at the Vernon Hotel, which is where this new SRO replacement will be, is Shop Wrong. And I hope that the applicants are working with the folks over at Shop Wrong, because they do some really amazing grassroots Indigenous-led stuff, in addition to feeding people and doing all just sorts of just really cool creative stuff. And I hope that somewhere in there where the applicants are taking a thoughtful look, because they're weirdos and they're a bit eclectic, and it may not kind of meet the framing that often we look for, but they're really great people and they do some amazing stuff. So I hope we're working with the Shop Wrong crew that are there at Vernon and Hastings. So yeah, these are big heights. I know it's going to ruffle a few folks because it's not something we'd anticipated. I think at a certain point, once we go taller, it's less impactful. It's, a big building's a big building. The extra few floors, I don't think makes a huge difference, but it certainly can impact the viability. And I do need to underscore, we have, a huge housing need. There is a great opportunity to deliver a lot of that here in this area, especially with the industrial let go lands. So I'll be supporting this, and I hope that we can really achieve some deeper affordability as this plan gets refined. And some of those public benefits I talked about that are so necessary in the neighborhood. That's it.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm going to sort of echo Councillor Fry and just augment that a little bit vociferously with respect to any type of green space. Small, it's good, trees, obviously, but I'm also acutely interested in the dialogue around the public benefits component of it. I was pleased to hear some of the work in terms of community engagement and some of that the applicant's doing, and some of the partnerships that are more proponent, I guess in this case, not officially an applicant yet, in terms of the community partnerships or conversations and engagement with the arts community, and whether it's Indigenous economic development or the arts. I do think that attests to kind of understanding the community, which I appreciate, but I'm keenly interested to see in any discussion what comes back with respect to delivering some meaningful public amenities, because yes, we have the economics that we have in terms of really needing to deliver the much needed housing. But I don't want to be in a situation moving forward as we consider these projects that it's housing only and not housing and kind of community support and public amenities, because we've got to figure out that balance. That's where our deficit is going to be moving forward. We know that we have one now in terms of infrastructure, and it's going to continue to be more challenging. So I think it is incumbent on us to have those conversations as we consider exceptions here around how we're going to build those communities that not just respects kind of the uses that are there, but builds communities that are actually where people can connect and they're livable for people. So it's creating quality of life in addition to giving people the roof over their heads. So I'm going to be looking for that when we see some of the recommendations that come back after staff have had a chance to have some of those conversations. But I will support it this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. I am obviously also supporting, and I think that both Councillors Fry and Kirby-Young really stated the reasons why it's important to support it. There's one additional reason, though, I think that is significant, and that is the link to what we are proposing in our Vancouver plan to ensure that there is density around rapid transit areas. And Hastings is intended to be a rapid bus route. And so I think for that reason too, it enables greater affordability for the people who will be living in more affordable housing to be able to have access to public transit.
Great. Thanks so much. That's it for comments. I'm going to call a vote on this item then.
Merits, Councillor Bly, can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Sure thing. Thanks. Mark that, please, clerks. And Councillor Dejanova is declared conflict. Great. So that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Council. Thanks to the proponents and speakers and staff. Okay, so we're going to move to our next item. Going to switch up. Yep.
Be presenting these next two. These didn't go through the PEP process. So staff is reacting to to a zoning application that's been submitted. You won't see the flexibility on this one that we had on the last one. We are reacting to a very specific zoning case. However, it is within the applicant's purview to withdraw the rezoning case or to amend the rezoning case if there's a desire to see more flexibility. But what staff will be presenting today is the application. Well, right, so we're going to stay away from the application, but we'll speak a little to the application in general, but more specifically to the policies. So
Great. And if as we're going through these, if you could often we kind of, it's hard to know exactly what questions are in and out of bounds. So if we could get additional guidance on that, just to set what we should be talking about, what we shouldn't, that would be very helpful, especially from the chair's perspective. Thanks. Okay, so the next item is policy and directions application for rezoning at 830 to 850 Thurlow Street and 1045 Harrow Street. Anybody who wants to declare a conflict, please do it now. We have Kent. Oh, we don't have Kent McDoodle. We have
Tess Monroe.
Thank you, Tessa, from the Rezoning Center here to lead us through this. And right, I keep thinking it's a public hearing, so scripts are different. Sorry about that. So then afterwards, Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff, and we do have speakers to this item. So please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kent couldn't be here today, so my name is Tess Monroe, and I'm the rezoning planner with the speaking to this application. So this proposal has been formally submitted as a rezoning application. Staff are reviewing the application against relevant policies and bylaws, including the West End Community Plan, the rezoning policy for the West End Tower Form Siting and Setbacks Administrative Bulletin, and the View Protection Guidelines. While the application references the higher building policy, this is not an enabling policy and does not apply to this site. Staff have completed a preliminary review, and the proposal is significantly non-compliant with the existing policy framework. Our presentation today will include a brief review of each of these key policies and how the rezoning application significantly compromises the public realm and protective values the city has upheld for many years. Given the degree of deviation, staff are seeking Council's confirmation of these matters prior to completing the staff review and returning with a referral report recommending non-support. Rezoning potential for this site is guided by the West End Community Plan and the supplemental rezoning policy for the West End. In this area, building heights up to 550 feet can be considered subject to the View Protection Guidelines and the West End Tower Form Siting and Setbacks Bulletin. Two protected view cones cross this site: the Queen Elizabeth Park View 3.2.1 and the more restrictive Protected Public View D, also known as Heather Bay. Public View D, originating in Leg and Boot Square in Falls Creek South, secures views to the Lions and the Brunswick Mountains and limits building height at this site to approximately 260 feet. The West End Tower Bulletin further reinforces the city's solar access assessment standards and includes provisions relating to shadowing of parks, public open spaces, and the West End villages along Robson, Davie, and Denman streets. The rezoning site shown in red is located on the northeast corner of Thurlow and Harrow Streets, just south of Robson Street. The single lot is currently developed with a 3-story commercial building with ground floor retail space and office uses and a 7-story strata-titled residential building. The application seeks to rezone the site from DD, Downtown District, to CD1 for a mixed-use development consisting of a 56-story strata residential tower with 443 units and a 14-story secured rental residential tower with 66 units. The proposal includes a 4-story retail and amenity podium with a 49-space childcare facility to be delivered turnkey to the city and public realm improvements, a density of 10.21 FSR, and a maximum building height of 580 feet are proposed. As described in the previous presentation, the policy inquiry process enables staff to consider and process applications for proposals that are not compliant with council-adopted policy. This application did not go through the policy inquiry process. In this case, the applicant has submitted a policy non-compliant rezoning application. At this point, we are at the policy and direction stage, seeking direction from council related to the applicable policy framework. The contrast between a modern urban skyline and a rugged coastal mountain range is unique to Vancouver and has been a celebrated part of the city's civic identity. At a building height of 580 feet, this proposal varies significantly from what would otherwise be anticipated at this location. As illustrated here, protected public view D extends across the site at a height of approximately 260 feet. The developable area below the view cone is highlighted in purple. Additional height is being requested for the Strata Tower, and the proposal projects 320 feet into protected view cone D. Permitting a building of this height in this section of the West End could erode the city's ability to protect public views to the North Shore Mountains, compromise the principles of the view protection guidelines within other areas that have been consistently upheld. Access to daylight is foundational to the success of pedestrian shopping streets. The intent of city policies to maximize sunlight on sidewalks and public spaces is to protect the vibrancy, street life, and viability of these important commercial areas that prioritize meaningful pedestrian experiences. The West End Tower Form Siting and Setbacks Bulletin, which reinforces the solar access objectives of the plan, states that solar access is to be assessed between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on the spring and fall equinoxes, with the exception of the 1000 block of Robson Street, which is an important regional serving commercial node and is to be assessed between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. The combination of additional height and density for the strata building, in excess of what is anticipated under the policy, results in significant new shadowing on Robson Village between 10 p.m. and 4 p.m., highlighted by the red circles here. This contravenes the solar access objectives of the plan as outlined in the bulletin. The additional height and density also contributes new shadowing on the 1000 block of Robson Street between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. This site falls under the West End public benefit area of the plan. Significant progress has been made towards achieving the short-term priorities identified in the West End public benefit strategy, in particular affordable housing. 80% of the targets for secured market rental housing have been met in this area. Additional rental housing at the site is not required to meet the targets of the plan. Staff have completed a preliminary review of this rezoning application, and the proposal is significantly non-compliant, particularly with respect to the West End plan and the view protection guidelines. This property has no special considerations or constraints that warrant deviation from established policy framework. Neither of staff identified a compelling public interest to construe a benefit on this property that would not be available to other nearby properties. Several rezoning applications in the nearby vicinity have recently been processed that have adhered to the permitted heights and densities. Allowing this proposal to intrude into public views and shadow Robson Street would erode the integrity of the policy framework that is clearly working and delivering the objectives of the plan, and destabilize land values in the area by providing a benefit to one property that is not available to similarly situated properties. Given the degree of variation, staff are seeking council direction on these matters prior to completing a staff review and returning with a referral report seeking non-support. Council has some options for direction, including confirming the staff recommendation to uphold the existing policy and regulatory framework. They can also direct staff to undertake additional policy work to study the view protection guidelines through the Vancouver Plan implementation before considering the rezoning application, or advise the applicant to withdraw the rezoning application and consider a submission through the policy inquiry process to evaluate an alternative proposal that addresses the PEP criteria. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Staff are available for any questions you may have.
Thanks so much. Do you have questions? Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. My first question is, can you explain to me why this application doesn't comply with the higher building policy?
The higher building policy is not a zoning enabling policy. This property is not located within the designated area for the higher building policy, so it just doesn't apply.
And can you remind me as to when that policy was enacted or most recently amended? Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's okay. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. The policy, the list of views was originally enacted. Oh, pardon me, higher building policy was updated in 2011, and I believe there was a recent amendment in 2019.
Okay. Thanks very much. I might send further questions on that policy. And I have another question for staff, just from your presentation and sort of, I understand the shadowing was outlined in purple. I'm just wondering, sorry, I wrote my question down here. Should the shadowing be minimized in staff's opinion? Or does the applicant have to achieve no shadowing at all for this to comply with staff being able to recommend it? I'm just wondering how, because council has seen other applications that have come to us that do have shadows that are slightly outside of the realm of I guess we're calling it it's not a policy, it's a bulletin, but I'm just wondering if, so what would need to happen for this to be able to comply?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the bulletin is pursuant to the West End Plan and 2 objectives for high streets. So broadly speaking, compliance would say absolutely no additional shadowing onto the high street. As with anything, there is a little bit of discretion that we can apply, but this proposal on our high-level review reveals a pretty significant, what would represent a significant additional shadowing on a major high street. Yeah.
Thanks very much. And a question for the GM of Planning, Development, and Sustainability. I understand in the past and appreciate that you have been bringing forward to council recommendations where perhaps staff don't recommend something, but it comes forward anyways, and that's sort of the choice of the applicant to take that gamble. Is that an option that the applicant has?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And that's why we're discussing this today. So they could choose, they want to move forward, is what I understand, but they don't quite comply with what staff would recommend. So staff, if it's as we see it today, moving forward to public hearing, would not recommend it, but council would decide in a quasi-judicial body. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And that's one of the reasons we need to stay away from the specifics of the zoning case. The staff will process this application. We have an application, a paid application. It will come forward to council. The question is does council want to direct staff on any further study of the view cones or the shadow policy?
Okay, thank you. And I might have an amendment that I've circulated. I'll leave my questions there. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So first question, I just want to also zero in on the higher buildings policy I'm looking at, adopted by council on May 6, 1997. And so to me, it says when adopted by, and I'm just not clear. I want to get some clarity as to why, if this is an adopted council voted policy, that this does not apply.
Council, I can take the question, Yardley McNeil.
The higher building policy was really about creating height in specific areas of the downtown peninsula. It focused on the CBD area, which is not part of the Harrow site, and the entrance into the peninsula at the bridge heads effectively. So it says that if you're activating the higher building policy or trying to apply to that, you have to be in a specific location of the downtown peninsula to apply, and this project doesn't do that. Applying it to this site would also not meet the intent of that policy, which is essentially to create a higher building form through the middle of the site, through CBD and the bridgeheads to really announce the area. This location is completely unconnected to that in many ways.
Because I'm reading in the policy here, then, for example, it says CBD while also providing opportunities for strategically placed height at gateways, for example, Broad Bridge, Granville Bridge, Georgia Gateways, et cetera, and you're classifying this or viewing this as interior?
Yes, it's not on the bridgeheads or at the CBD area.
Okay, I'm going to move on for that one. There was a comment from staff that you didn't feel there were, and I'm paraphrasing, but essentially compelling public benefits. And we're not, so trying to straddle that line between not being specific to the application, but just the information that's been presented. And I see that there is sort of a plaza walkway through. So that apparent, and there's a potential childcare. So I'm guessing staff are deeming that's not compelling. What would be compelling?
Yes, what the West End plan looks for in terms of substantial public benefits is social housing, right? It's social housing, and this doesn't provide social housing.
Because it's secured market rental?
Yes.
And public space?
And we also believe that the West End plan is working really, really well in terms of delivering that type of housing. We're already at 80% of our target, and so we don't see a need to deviate from that.
Okay, how are we doing on getting applications in with social housing, with the existing policy in the current economic environment?
We haven't. But in terms of rental housing, we have the council recently approved 2 in this general area. We have 3 more in the works now. So we've got about 6 active rental projects, and they're all complying with
Teresa,
both height and shadows.
Just for time, because I have limited time.
Sure.
We just had an application where there's an existing policy area that's said that the aspiration and the public benefit, the meritorious public benefit there was considered to be 80% strata and 20% social housing, but heard that we hadn't had projects come forward in the last 5 years because the economics didn't work. Is
In
that
that
not a similar
particular area
in that
of
particular area, but
town,
is that
because
not
those-
potentially, sorry, just to finish the question. Is that not particularly a similar situation here because we're seeing the economic impacts in terms of cost drivers across the city? Because if we're not getting the applications in, we're getting rental, that tells me that maybe that balance is off.
No, I would consider the downtown east side a much different real estate market with much different costs and pressures as opposed to the West End, which is working just fine.
Okay, and in the hypothetical situation that you have an application in, you said that staff will process it, it will come to council in some, regardless in some form. If there were not sort of an exception of this through this PEP process and the applicant was advised as an outcome, no, the existing policies apply, what could they build? They would have 2 buildings of what type of height?
320 feet, 260 up to the view cone.
For both potentially, or depending upon?
Yes,
where
for
we're
both.
citing? 2 buildings at 260. Okay. And at this point in the process, just to be clear, staff evaluates brought this forward. Has there been any dialogue in the process of bringing this to council at this point with the applicant with respect to different building height or form other than the 2 that are proposed with the 56 and 14?
No, we haven't undertaken that negotiation. We're reacting to the application that was submitted.
Okay. I guess I'm asking the question in terms of, from council's perspective in considering this, are there alternatives?
Yes, and I think as Tess laid out, right, we could we could continue with the application. It's really the applicant's choice. He has submitted an application and we are obligated to process that. If the applicant wants to withdraw or amend that application, he has the ability to do that.
I think I'm at time.
Yes, right, right.
I'll follow up and get to the other.
Thanks so much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I am, like all of us, figuring out what I'm allowed to be asking questions on, so welcome guidance on that. But I'm hoping to better understand the public benefit on this project. It is the childcare space. Is there other significant CAC contribution to the West End Community Plan, or?
I think that might be where we're delving a little too much into the merits of the application. However, this general area in the West End plan was really looking for strata and cash CAC to pay for some of the benefits that the West End plan envisions, and not particularly below market rental.
Okay, but we've seen more rental projects coming forward, have we not? This seems.
The last couple of years when the market was down, particularly for strata, we did see a number of applicants choose to move to rental, and we actually created some enabling policy to allow that to happen.
Okay. I'm also curious, so the view cone in the images you showed, it looked like the lines were only barely visible.
That's right.
Above the current building. So that is what the
That's
view
what we're
cone,
protecting.
that view cone exists to protect it from
Yes.
a certain place. Okay. And my other question, and forgive my kind of pedestrian understanding of this, I guess, no pun intended, but it seems to me like almost any building on that site would create shadow on Robson there.
No, actually, if they stayed below the view cone, particularly, they would not create shadow between that time frame,
Okay.
between the 10 and 4.
Okay. And then I guess this is to sort of what's in the scope of this discussion today. I'm trying to understand those view cone and shadow policies, I don't care that much about, but I guess my interest is in, if we're going so far over both of those policies, that the public benefit be equal to, and so I'm interested in some guidance about what direction we're able to give to make sure, if we're saying, direct staff to negotiate, be flexible in those policies, that the public benefit is equal to, and what I read doesn't seem to me to be in line, but maybe that's not the scope today.
Oh, well, I think that is the scope today, because that's, of course, the staff's primary concern is the consistency, because there's the consistency of application of the policies, right? There's a lot of activity. There's at least 6 sites in play right now. And if we're going to relax the view cones or the shadow policies, then those benefits should be available to other properties in the area, not just this one. So if council were to direct staff to go back and, before finalizing this, to review those so that we could bring forward amendments, then other similarly situated properties could also take advantage of these increased heights and opportunities.
Okay. Can you remind us how we're doing in terms of cash CACs for the West End, the amenities planned in the West End Community Plan? My sense is that plan is sort of behind schedule because of lack of meeting those cash contributions.
I think.
Thanks, Teen Boyle. It's Teen Senior Rezoning Planner. In the Georgia corridor and the Burrard corridor, throughout the West End, not just this site, or not just this part of the corridor, we've secured $500 million in cash CACs. And that would consist of about just over a dozen rezoning applications. So in that sense, we're performing quite well.
Okay, how close to our goal? I know we hear from residents in the West End a lot about the promises that were made to them in that plan about various amenities, so.
Yeah, definitely. We've been able to upgrade the West End, the Gordon Neighborhood House with that. We've been able to provide a new space for community. And in the current capital plan, I think it's $100 million for the Aquatic Center. And so a lot of those contributions, when collected, could be allocated towards those sort of amenities. So we're doing quite well in terms of collecting cash CACs.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, a couple of questions. Not to belabor this, but can we just go back to the higher building policy? And I just pulled it up for myself and I'm looking at it. And the way I'm seeing is that there's some discretion within the central business district area for up to 500 meters, is that right? Did I get that right? When
Yes, that's correct. There is discretion. However, it also says that it will be overridden by any other view cone that would further limit it. And in this instance, that's exactly what's happening. The Heather Bay view cone limits it to 260.
Okay, so it's that conflict, and so in that case, the view cone's trumping.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Can I ask about broadly shadow policy and the shadow bulletin, because this has come up a few times. One is in the context of looking at shadow implications. What was the determination about, there's specifics to the 1,000 block of Robson? Why the change there, the hours, and why is there something specific to that one block around shadowing implications?
So in terms of reducing it from 10 to 4, or from 10 to 4 to 10 to 3, I may need to lean on Teresa or somebody else to answer specifics to that. However, the reason why it's the 1,000 block is because that is the area with the highest concentration of pedestrian activating retail, high value retail.
Okay.
But I may actually just ask Teen to jump in and talk about the specifics about reducing from 10 to 4 to 10 to 3.
Maybe that's not where I want to go with it. So maybe let's just focus on what I'm trying to understand is that, so that's got that highest pedestrian sort of access in terms of retail. When we look at shadow impact, how many meters am I talking about at a given time? So you do a snapshot a certain hour of the day. How many meters is shadowing the road, which is largely going to be buses, drivers, maybe cyclists, versus sidewalk? Like, I'm trying to get a sense of impact, like real impact, and like our
of this
when we're talking
particular
about solar
proposal,
access.
or
Well,
or of
broadly,
any
'cause I'm not allowed to
proposal?
ask about the proposal, but
Right.
I'm trying to wrap my head around is, like, I'm looking at the maps online.
Mhm.
So when we talk about between 2 and 3, like, how many meters is that we're talking people don't have solar access? And
So that would be the entire north sidewalk.
the entire North Sidewalk for that block?
For that block would be, per our policy, would be complete. It would have complete solar access, other than natural features like trees, from the curb to building face on the north sidewalk.
And so when, I mean, maybe going back to that policy, appreciating, we're trying to protect playgrounds and parks and other spaces. I'm trying to get to what is the real impact of that, what seems to me is minimal shadowing at a time on an area where, as a pedestrian, I'm not going to be standing on the sidewalk for long. I'm probably moving from one destination to another, or I'm maybe traveling in a vehicle. And so what does that tangibly mean? And did we have a vociferous public feedback that we needed to protect that? I'm just trying to, do you see where I'm going with this? I'm really trying to reconcile.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, I'll have
Highly damaging impacts, or is it just, it's.
Yeah. So a basic tenet, a basic principle of pedestrian high streets that really reinforces that it is for pedestrians is to maximize daylight, access to daylight. Shadowing from man-made features reinforces that streets in central areas are not necessarily designed for the experience of the pedestrian, especially on these really important high streets. So it really is, it is a fundamental principle of a high street design that you maximize solar access. Our own studies and observations of Robson are that more people bias the north side of the sidewalk, the sunny side of the sidewalk, during kind of like nice days of the year. So that means that the south side of the sidewalk tends to rely a little bit more on destination retail, whereas the north side tends to have smaller retail. That's kind of changing a little bit with some of the bigger like Foot Locker and things like that. But you can observe, as I did yesterday, the north side of the sidewalk on a sunny day tends to be quite crowded. The south side tends to have a little bit more people going directly to Club Monaco, Banana Republic, etc. There also is some testing that we've done on correlation between tenure on either side of the sidewalk, and there tends to be higher tenure or more enduring tenure on the north side
Interesting.
of the sidewalk.
That was really in-depth. Thank you.
I believe my colleague Teen Pham may provide a little bit more information if you have time.
5, so we're over to Councillor Weep. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. The first one, staff had a recommendation to one of the options was to go to a PEP program. Can you speak to the difference of having this proposal come through as is, or it going through that program?
So the PEP program has criteria that were approved by council, so we would evaluate the proposal against that criteria. If council chose to move forward with this, we would process the application that is before council as it is right now, as it came in as a rezoning application.
So if it went through the PEP program, it would allow for the proponent to make changes to better meet council priorities.
Correct. It would be similar to the previous application that allow us to look at it from a policy lens and have the criteria that was approved by council apply to the site.
And how much time would that add to the project? Like if they were to go through that process, does that add a couple months? Does it add 6 months? Like what is the time that is added by going through that program?
So the
instead-
PEP process is similar to an inquiry application timeline, which is around 3 months. So would be able to be looked at in that lens.
Okay, and recognizing that this council approved the Broadway plan that had some view corridor expansions, does this expansion go further in height than the Broadway corridor is already expecting from the Queen Elizabeth view cone?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wiebe. So you're correct. The Broadway plan anticipates relaxations to the view cone for certain types of development within the Broadway corridor. That applies, as you said, to Queen Elizabeth. We haven't tested this against those projects, those potential projects, the impacts to Queen Elizabeth. The bigger question here really is the impacts to the Heather Bay view, which is not, the Broadway plan doesn't write in anything that provides relaxations to any of the view corridors other than Queen Elizabeth.
Okay, and the Heather view had been, we had projects that had shrunk that view cone. Can you speak to, I guess in the report, is that little section on the very left of the picture what this project would do? So you could still see the lines, it's just a component on the left, or is it significantly block the lines? Is there a diagram that staff have done that can show council on the significance on how it impedes the views to the lines?
So at a very high level, we haven't delved into that level of detail, but I'd like to ask my colleague, development planner Carl Stanford, to provide a little bit more insight on his high-level review of this proposal.
Thanks, Kevin. This is Carl Stanford, development planner. Yes, we haven't done a detailed review, as Kevin stated. However, the Heather Bay view cone comes in at 260 foot, and this proposal will be a 580 foot office building, so it's almost double what the view cone would be. So the blockage will be significant. And but in order to quantify that, we would need to do a detailed analysis, and at this point, we have not yet done so.
Okay, so it's not on the very edge of the view cone, kind of behind other buildings that have gone into it already?
No, the view cone, sorry, Councillor, the view cone sort of bisects the tower in half, approximately.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. I guess the last question, this is supposed to be in the West End Community Plan, a location to deliver significant cash CACs. Is that correct? So the goal of the plan on this area is that this would be part of the CAC component.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Can I move for a second round of questions?
Sure. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're good. Okay, so we got a second round. So I don't see anybody on the list. So Councillor Boyle, you can start in on your second.
Thanks. I was just interested to hear the rest of the answer on the impact around view cones on Robson there.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. You're regarding the impacts to the Heather Bay view?
No, sorry, the shadows. I meant.
Oh, shadows.
the rest of the
I'll
answer
ask
on
my
shadows.
colleague, Teen Pham, to provide a little bit more insight.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. I think it was just in response to Councillor Dominato's question, so thanks for following up. The question was about how much does this proposal impact the shadow onto the 1,000 block of Robson. And I think it's a matter of feet, but I think the question would be if council directed staff to conduct more of an analysis on the view cone, it would mean that if this site were permitted to potentially shadow a few feet of Robson, which is a high pedestrian commercial node, very important for patios and commercial spaces, other sites in the corridor that have respected those view cones could potentially then add incremental shadow. So I think it's just not necessarily confined to this proposal and this project, but the potential to release other opportunities to shadow valued public space. And I think just to add to Councillor Dominato's previous question, which we ran out of time of, we did extensive public space downtown studying, and it did reveal that this particular block of Robson, because it's a regional shopping node, it's not necessarily just focused on folks who are coming for more of their local needs. It does attract a high volume of pedestrians, and it's a very valued public space. So I just hope that adds a little bit of color. Thank you.
And I think I'll just add one more thing. Sorry, Teen. The shadowing, again, just at a very high level, based on our analysis, the shadow that's being proposed here is not a matter of, it is well beyond an area that we would say would be reasonable discretion. The shadow extends beyond the block to the north. So effectively, it takes a section and applies a pretty significant shadow to the north side of Robson Street.
Okay, and are there patios on that block? I'm trying to picture that particular block and.
No, so I took a walk there yesterday, as I noted, just to remind myself of it. On that side of the block, there are a number of retailers, but no patios. There are a couple of smaller cafes, but it's mostly places like Roots, Foot Locker, Indigo, and a few other sort of chain retailers that are doing some major renovations right now to the street, but no patios on that side.
Okay, there's a patio across on the south side at the Crepe or a parklet, right? That always seems pretty busy, even though it's in shadow.
So yes, that is one of the sort of parking space parklet patio things. That retailer is closed, and a new retailer is going in. But yes, there are patios on that side. Those are also things that we in urban design look to activate sides of streets that are potentially less appealing because they're in shadow. That side of the sidewalk is shadowed by the buildings on Robson Street. So those are things that we kind of add to activate.
Got it.
Those
Okay.
sides.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have one more question for Teresa. Back to public benefit, which is, again, I'm hoping to get some direction on how, or if it's needed for council to give direction on ensuring that we're maximizing the public benefit if we're allowing some flexibility on these policies. Maybe that's what staff would do anyway, but that's not what I see in the proposal in front of us. And so
Right. And again, this is the difference between reacting to a very specific application as opposed to having a negotiation through the PEP, right? We could explore that and say, well, maybe we'd rather have the cash or we'd rather have something else, right? But what we're doing is we're just reacting to the application that was submitted, and that's a daycare and below market rental, which is not what the plan envisions in this area.
So would additional direction from council be needed to say to staff, if this is coming for a rezoning, we would like to see more public benefit?
To uphold the provisions of the West End plan, yes. And we could help you with that language, Councilor. Yep.
Okay, and would that allow some flexibility about what that public benefit is?
Yes.
We're at the 5, sorry. Okay. That's it for questions. We do have speakers to this item, Council. And let's see. Right, we're going to start with speaker number 1, Evan Allegretto. Coming in, you have up to 5 minutes for your statement, and then councilors can ask questions for up to 3 minutes.
Yes, and I think I have a presentation that was submitted to The clerks.
I'll make sure it gets up there before we start your timer.
So, well, thank you for having me today, and nice to see everyone in person. Actually, thank you, senior staff, for creating this framework that lets us get to council early when we have policy indiscretions with them.
Thanks. We're just gonna
Oh,
take a
I can't
second to
start.
pull that up.
Okay.
It's coming now.
Okay, great. You can go to the second slide.
Great. Okay, I'll start your timer. Please go ahead.
So, well, thank you for coming here. You know, Intracorp's been working in Vancouver for over 40 years, and we never enter into projects that are significantly deviates, that are significantly non-compliant, and disregard policy framework. So we disagree with staff on a lot of these policy issues, which I'm going to go through with you today. Next slide. The first thing is the West End Community Plan. We feel like we comply at 100% of the West End Community Plan, but we disagree with staff for the layering policies of the other policies. And to remind council that this site is supposed to be a cash cow for the community, and we're working towards that. So we're trying to maximize the community benefits. Next slide. And just on the higher building policy. So the next slide. The question here on the higher building policy, which I'm surprised to see, is that staff are saying that we do not comply to the higher building policy. Well, to me, it clearly is in the CBC shoulder area that allows up to 550 feet. And the policy clearly says that it's an enabling policy that allows to go into Queen Elizabeth Park view cone or other council-approved view cones. So this is a council decision at public hearing. This should not be a staff decision during the rezoning process. So that's what is clearly, we feel, is up to council here to determine, is if it's in the shoulder area and it allows to go into the view cone. And if the Heather Bay view cone is compromised, which one of my colleagues is going to show here in the future. Next slide. And then the West End Tower Form Setting and Setbacks Bulletin, or the shadow bulletin that we all call it. This bulletin was never endorsed by council. It never went to the public for feedback and never had key stakeholders for feedback. And the question is here, is the intention to minimize shadowing or eliminate it like staff are interpreting the policy to be? And, you know, our view in the West End plan, it was done in 2013. This policy came in 2017, 4 years after the West End plan was done, by a lead planner, Gil at the time, that never had any involvement in the West End plan. So while the intentions are good, I feel that they were missed and the interpretation is wrong here. It should be the West End plan and it should be maximizing public benefits. So this policy actually reduces development in the West End plan and eliminates it on this site, which is not what the commitment was to the neighborhood at the time. Next slide. We've also looked at different forms of development. The first one on the left-hand side is the balanced approach that we're working towards. We feel it complies to that West End Community Plan. It uses the enabling policy of the higher building policy to get the extra height. It actually meets the tower, the shadow bulletin, because it minimizes shadow and it only impacts 2% additional shadowing on the sidewalk. And this is actually supported by the Robson Street BIA, which would be the most negatively impacted group. And while achieving the most amount of sustainability and the most amount of public benefits. This middle column here is the two towers up to the Heather Bay view cone. While it complies to the West End plan, it actually doesn't comply to the shadow bulletin. Well, it does, but it provides the most amount of shadowing, up to 9%. And it doesn't maximize sustainability and public benefits. And then on the far right-hand side is the fully compliant path. Well, it's not economically viable. And we know that's not what the West End plan wanted here. The West End plan wanted a cash cow to maximize the public benefits. Next slide. So why are we here today? It's been 19 months since we did the rezoning application, and I think it was probably about 2 years prior trying to move the project forward. We're looking for council to allow us to move this rezoning through the West End Community Plan rezoning policy, have council direct staff to use the enabling policy, the higher building policy, and it's specifically how it says that other council approved view corridors, and ask staff to study the Heather Bay view cone in parallel with our current rezoning. And finally, the shadow bulletin. Treat it as a guideline. It is to seek to minimize shadows, not eliminate them. And I go back to 2013 when I watched the public hearing. There was a social contract done with the community that said, we're going to increase the density on the corridors enormously. And so we can protect the leafy neighborhoods and there'd be no changes there. And why we had to increase the density is because we needed a lot of density to create the public benefits in the corridors. And the shadow bulletin breaks that commitment because it reduces or eliminates the development and doesn't allow projects like this to provide the public benefits that was the commitment to the neighborhood.
Thanks so much. You do have questions? Councillor DeGenova, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I'm wondering, Evan, would you be able to share with us? I mean, what are you seeking here? You want your application to be able to move forward to public hearing as you brought it forward, even if it doesn't comply, and then ask council through the public hearing process to consider that, even if staff doesn't recommend that. Is that correct?
Yeah, we want to just move through the process. We want to go out to the community. We want to work on the CAC so that the trade-offs can be evaluated here at council. We want the Heather Bay view cone to be studied because council's already changed it once and maybe it's already compromised. And all these things need to be done through the application process, and it's really hard to do it at the early stages today. So yes, we're looking just to move forward.
Do you know of any other applications or projects that have gone through the higher building policy that you feel should sort of set a precedent for this? Or?
Yeah, I'm trying to think here. I think the last one was 777 Pacific. It was the one down on Pacific by the BC Place. I think council had the decision to decide if it was going to be condo or rental. And if it was rental, it could go through, I don't know which view cone, but a view cone. And council at the time decided to do that. And they used the higher building policy as an enabling policy to do that.
Okay. Thanks very much. Really appreciate you answering my questions. I will follow up and ask staff about 777 Pacific as well. And that's all from me for now. Time.
That's Kirby-Young.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear on a couple of things. With respect to that slide that you had with the 3 scenarios, and I don't know if staff have the ability to bring it back up or not, but you said the middle one, which had the 2 buildings, which would be compliant, if I recall, which would have more shadowing, 2% and 9%, I think, respectively, versus this one. Why did you choose not to bring that option forward if that's compliant?
Well, we were trying to work with staff to minimize shadowing. And so like the taller tower in the view cone truly minimizes shadow. It's only one tower that is penetrating the street. And, when we did the analysis, I think it's on average 45 minutes a day and it moves, right? So it's not impacting one retail location all the time. It's constantly moving throughout the day. So everyone shares kind of like the shadow. And that's why the Robson Street BIA is in support of the single application.
Based on, I guess, this one building, unless everybody else does something similar and you have other buildings.
Yeah, I mean, if there wasn't a shadow bulletin, we could do the 2 towers. We would be policy compliant.
And in your scenario where you're policy compliant with those 2 towers, what's the tenure on those towers?
The West End plan is supposed to be strata so that you provide the most cash CAC. But if there was direction from council to kind of change that, yeah, it's all a function of the pro forma, and we would be happy to consider that.
So it would be based on exploration. So it could be strata, it could be strata and rental.
It could be social housing. It could be not all of it, portion of it social housing. But it's all a function of the CAC. So you're going to see in one of the next presenters kind of talk about the quantum of the CAC, and that's all cash right now,
Okay.
and plus the daycare. So
that's an avenue, because essentially we're having conversations around existing policy, what's permissible trade. This is a trade-offs.
It's all trade-offs, and that's why we're here today.
Okay. Next question. Based on what you had heard from staff when they said, and I'm reflecting, so we're all clear, that you had come forward with a non-compliant application and chosen not to go through the PEP process, and based on the dialogue that you're hearing so far today, would you elect to continue this path, or would you consider the PEP process?
I think we would elect to continue this path because what I heard from staff today is that they will not accept any shadowing on Robson Street. And
So that's the crux of it, is the shadowing conversation.
Right, so it's, if there's no flexibility, then we can't, there's nothing. But that's not what the West End plan wanted. The West End plan actually said 2 550-story towers here.
Okay. So I will follow up and ask staff about that with respects to shadow within the existing.
I mean, if there's 2 towers here,
important
there's less
context.
of an future impact, because then you kind of constrain it. The other thing too with the shadow bulletin is.
Sorry, we are at the 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you so much for that. That is it for questions for you. So we're going to move to the next speaker, who is Ann McMullen.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. My name is Ann McMullen. As you said, I'm the CEO of the Urban Development Institute, and I have provided a 5-minute video presentation regarding intercourt project design at 1045 Harold Street. And if I could please ask the clerk to play the video for me.
Yep, we're just pulling that up now.
Great, thank you.
Well, UDI doesn't speak to specific projects, but when we see projects that we believe have industry-wide implications or even impact the region, UDI really feels strongly about speaking out. It's more important than ever for municipalities and industry to work together collaboratively so that projects like this can move forward. UDI was very involved in the consultation process of the West End Plan, and UDI was very supportive of the West End Plan, particularly because it supported high density on the corridors. This project, like other projects, fits in with the West End Community Plan and brings much needed amenities over the next 30 years. For the city to get the money that they need for community amenities, often we need market condo to pay for that. This site, which is designated for high height and density, it makes sense, both from a housing needs, the contribution that it will make to the community and to the city, and also preserving areas of the city for low rise. You know, all these policies are in place to protect many of the things that are important, shadowing, community character. But when we also have a housing crisis, we do need to put housing first, but have flexible policies. We understand the importance of the shadowing policy, but again, all policies must be flexible and prioritized. This project brings an enormous amount of community amenities, exactly what the West End Plan was designed to do. For example, $35 million in cash CACs to support West End Community Plan public benefit strategy, $900 million in economic output for the community, including spending on labor and materials, $900,000 for public art, 140 full-time jobs created, 1,200 new construction jobs created, and a 10,000 square foot 24-hour daycare. And in this case, we strongly believe that the proponent, while fitting in with the overall West End Plan, is also fitting in with the spirit and intent of the shadowing policy. We encourage all developers when they're going through this process to ensure that they've done extensive community consultation, and we know in this case that the proponent has reached out to many stakeholders and community groups to ensure that they are on side and supportive of this project. I urge Council to consider the benefits that this project brings to the community and the neighbourhood, and to allow staff to begin to process the application based on its merits.
My name is Larry Beasley, and in my role at the city many years ago, I took a leadership role in putting in place the view corridor policy for public views to be protected in the city of Vancouver. It was a very popular policy then. It remains a popular policy. It's important that we save our views in a city of high-rises because as your city builds out, increasingly you're cut off from the mountains and the water and your setting. Increasingly you feel closed in. And that doesn't lead to a great, comfortable, livable city. So view corridors are important. I never recommend or support any intrusion into any view corridor at any time. Very sadly, I learned that a few years ago, a previous council in an in-camera meeting decided to intrude upon the Heather Bay view corridor. And to me, that was a mistake in the first instance. But it also means that that corridor needs to be assessed again very freshly recalibrated to maximize that corridor for what's left of it for the foreseeable future. That brings me to the Intercorp project on Harrow Street. That project really deserves to have a full analysis. The benefits it's going to bring, the effects it might have on views and shadowing and other public concerns. During that analysis, a first step should be to do that recalibration of the Heather Bay view and determine, okay, where is it best experienced? Where can you keep the lions in the middle of that view? And then, how do we keep this Harrow project out of that view corridor? And what other trade-offs are made? And are those trade-offs worth it? And how are the policies written? Were the policies written to minimize something, such as shadowing, or were the policies written to say, do not do an intrusion, such as view corridors? But the analysis, a technical analysis by well-meaning professionals, will tell us what is needed to be judged by the City Council in a rezoning process, making the right decisions for the city. So that's what I'm recommending. I have no interest in this project. I'm just speaking as an interested citizen. I have no financial interest. I have no interest in Intercorp. But I do have an interest in due process and fair process in the way that we handle new proposals, and particularly
Council, we're just, since the video goes over 5 minutes, what we're going to do is just allow the next speaker to come in and continue with the video using their 5 minutes, who is John Patkow.
Mayor and Council, could we please proceed with the video for another 5 minutes?
Great, thanks so much.
those who include an important public interest. And I do have an interest in saving our view corridors. And I know Vancouverites support that idea.
Hi, I'm John Patko of Patko Architects. We're a local architecture firm, and most people recognize us as the architect of two important cultural buildings, the O'Dane Art Museum in Whistler and the Polygon Gallery at the foot of Lonsdale in North Vancouver. Intercorp came to us because of our ability to develop innovative architectural solutions to complex sites. This is our first project with Intercorp, and it's at the heart of downtown Vancouver. We're really excited to unlock the potential of this site as it sits at the gateway to the West End from the Central Business District. One of the first steps of every project is getting to know all of the different rules that apply to the site. There are specific policies that govern the West End. There are policies in place to improve the livability of the broader community, and there are also staff guidelines that are meant to minimize shadowing on Robson Street and preserve the Heather Bay view cone. We were tasked with creating a balanced application that maximized the development potential while moving forward with one that generally aligns with policy. 1045 Harrow is a big site. For a site of this size, the West End Community Plan supports 2 residential towers, 550 feet tall. There are also 2 view cones that cross over the site. One is lower than 550 feet and so affects the ability to add the housing that the West End Community Plan supports. Similarly, there is also a shadowing bulletin which restricts shading of 2 blocks of Robson Street. Taking all this into consideration, we explored several options, including developing under the site's existing zoning, 2 towers of various heights, 2 shorter towers, 1 taller tower, etc. We feel the most balanced approach is the one that considers shadowing, the view cone, and community benefits. Our proposal for this site balances the competing policies to provide an exciting project with residences, retail, and public amenities. Our first step was to shape the urban space by introducing street animating retail, creating a cross-site diagonal connecting Robson and Thurlow to the new public plaza on Harrow, and activating Rosemary Brown Lane. Next, we addressed how best to support the community with public benefits, family-oriented rental housing, 24-hour childcare, and public open space. This resulted in 2 buildings of varying heights. The east building was extruded to its maximum potential without introducing any additional shadows on Robson Street. We then placed the remaining density at the edge of the west end, along Thurlow in the second building, where we felt it was more appropriate to introduce more height as a gateway to the west end. We responded to the view cone by offsetting the west tower to preserve the view of the Lions from Leg and Boot Square. And finally, we articulated the design by incorporating human scale components such as trees, landscape, benches, and public art within the larger open space. Then we considered how to densify the site by providing 66 rental units, 42,000 square feet of retail space, 15,000 square feet of public open space, 443 condos, and 10,000 square feet of daycare. 1045 Harrow will be a remarkably sustainable building. It will exceed the City of Vancouver's stringent requirements for tall buildings. We are also looking at an exciting proposal to use building integrated photovoltaics. The idea is to take advantage of the height of the building and cover its surfaces with PVs to generate energy on site. The goal is to be operationally carbon positive.
My name is Farouk Baboul, and I'm Vice President of Development at Intercorp Homes. As you know, the West End Community Plan was created to provide a clear but flexible framework to guide positive change. But with the conflicting policies impacting the site, and pressures being put on sites within the Burrard corridor to deliver much-needed amenities, this flexibility is needed now more than ever. The remaining sites that are earmarked for tall towers bears much of the responsibility for delivering homes and amenities to this neighborhood. 1045 Harrow is uniquely positioned to help deliver on these needs and also become an iconic gateway to the West End from the Central Business District. Though there is a lot of potential for 1045 Harrow, the interpretation of policies that govern the site, the West End Community Plan, the higher building policy, and the staff-implemented shadow bulletin drastically affects the form of development and the feasibility, and this is the reason we are here to seek Council's direction on the priority of policies that govern the site. With a thoughtful approach to the urban
One more time, Council. We have Farouk Baboul.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. May I request that we play the balance of the video? Yep. Design and architecture. Should Council direct staff to process the application, the proposal would transform this portion of the Burrard corridor in such an impactful way and bring much-needed amenities that this neighborhood so desperately needs. We ask that Council carefully consider the intent and the implications of the policy on the site, and whether a 2% increase in shadow coverage along Robson Street and an intrusion to the Heather Bay View corridor, whose integrity is already in question, are reasonable trade-offs given the public benefits that this project would bring. In fact, the stakeholder most affected by the building's moving shadow, the Robson BIA, has provided a letter of support which has been included with our submission. We've also provided staff with a potential solution to address the compromised view cone. Moving the vantage point 18 meters to the east would recalibrate the view corridor so that the lines would be centered again, which was what we understand to be the original intent. Our proposal for 1045 Harrow provides a significant amount of community amenities to the neighborhood, which would ensure that the West End remains a great place to call home, run a business, and experience as a tourist. This includes a cash CAC of over $35 million, homes for 900 new residents with 443 condominiums and 66 purpose-built rental homes, a 10,000 square foot daycare, 15,000 square feet public plaza and open space, 40,000 square feet of new retail, 900,000 in public art, 14 million in DCLs and DCCs. Additionally, the proposal would accelerate economic and community recovery from the pandemic by contributing $900 million to the local economy with $450 million in GDP, generating 1,200 new construction jobs, creating 140 new full-time jobs after completion, and increasing the city's property tax base by $4 million annually. We believe that the rezoning application reflects a balanced approach to the policies and delivers much-needed amenities to the neighborhood. So we're asking that Council direct staff to process the application in full based on its merits. This would involve bringing the proposal to the community and to the Urban Design Panel for feedback, a comprehensive staff review with conditions, before coming back to Council in the future to make a decision. We wholeheartedly believe that this proposal meets the intent of the West End Community Plan, but there's still work to do. We're simply asking that the project be given a fair chance. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Mr. Farouk Babul, anything else to add, or that we're good? Okay, Council, that is, we do have, we can ask questions though to the last speaker. Councilor Dejanova, do you have questions? Okay, thanks. So we have the report moved. Council, we are at 10 to 12. So just want to bring that to your attention. We have a seconder for this. Councilor Kirby Young, thanks. Okay, so Councilor Dejanova, go ahead.
Thanks so much. And I did submit an amendment, and apologies, Council. I submitted a series of them. I kept updating them as I got more feedback from staff. But the final version should be in your inbox at 11:35. And I just asked the clerk to maybe pull this up. It's an amendment in addition to the recommendations before us.
Okay, Council, I'm just going to take a second just to review this.
Of course.
And I will come back to you shortly. Let's say, let's try 3 minutes, and then if that doesn't work, I'll come back for a further extension. So I just have one more minute. I said 3 minutes, so we've had 2.5. I've noticed some councilors are out of the chamber, so I'll just okay, so we're 11:51. So council reviewed the text of the amendment, and it is in order for us to consider. So do we have a seconder for this amendment? Second? Okay, so we're on the debate queue for this amendment. Councilor Dejanova, do you want to?
Thanks so much. I think that it's quite self-explanatory, the amendment, but in trying to understand some of the concerns and frustrations that have been voiced by the applicant, and at the same time respect the policies that our staff are working within, and all of the work that our staff have done to bring this forward to us, and the decision we have before us, and the limited scope of what we can talk about. I think that it is important that, in our direction to staff, we can add some considerations. That being said, understanding the applicant doesn't want to prolong the process here of, engaging in a PEP, and also understanding that there are some issues with the view cone that have been voiced by the applicant, and there are some issues staff have noted about the shadowing. I'm trying to be very careful not to go outside of the realm of what we can discuss here, and what should be discussed at public hearing. But my understanding was from staff that this would allow them to consider this. It doesn't mean that we're directing staff to change any policy, but there'd be some consideration. And there's two parts to this: the shadowing, the incremental shadowing, and the view cone. So I see others on the queue, and happy to I may put myself on afterwards. I just received another email from staff, but that's all for now. Thank you.
Thanks. I put myself on the queue for a point of information to staff. So, staff, this amendment says council direct policy to consider one thing, the higher building policy, and the West End community plan, two things. And then the Heather Bay view cone as three things. Then we would consider reaffirm the West End tower form, which is four things. It seems like an awful lot of work, and is all this necessary to move this to the next phase?
We may have gotten a little cross with some amendments flying back very, very quickly. I don't think it's necessary to consider the higher building policy because it really doesn't apply, and I think that would slow it down. We've sent a revised, and my apologies to Councillor DeGenova, that just strikes higher building policy, that just allows the staff to consider more height and density without having to review that policy also, because I do think, like you say, Mayor, it adds another thing on the list to review, and it might actually slow things down. It complicates it, doesn't really add any value. So if the objective is to just add height, that can be much cleaner. My apologies to Councillor DeGenova. I think we were kind of got our wires crossed in real time there.
So are you suggesting that we would take the higher building policy consideration out of this to make it, to streamline the consideration?
What we could do is say direct staff to consider additional height and the West End community plan.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's it for questions from me. Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. I'm going to ask to help me better consider this amendment. And one is, sorry, my brain is tired. One is really with respect to precedent. And so if this particular project were to be considered, what precedent, if any, does that set for all the other buildings in the area wanting to receive similar consideration and the impact on Robson Street and the public realm?
Thank you. That's a great question. I do think that it certainly doesn't set a legal precedent, but I do believe it would open the door for other applications, particularly those in process now, to come back and reconsider what they've submitted and ask for additional height for both the view cones and the shadows.
Okay. Follow-up question then is with respect to recognizing that precedent is one thing, but then a number of sites are all unique, and this is a sort of significant one in terms of the size of the site. And this amendment is directing a path for consideration of the application as it's submitted. But with respect to the comments, or the presentation, I should say, from the applicant earlier around what's permitted with the 2 buildings, and that would cause more shadowing than this one. I think in their presentation, they referenced 2% and 9%, and in this one, it shows 2% from the one tower. So
I don't believe my staff would agree with those comments. But again, we're not deliberating on that zoning case today.
Well, I'm trying to ask it in the context of trying to consider this amendment, because I think it's relevant in the sense that we're being asked to potentially provide a path that deviates from policy. So I'm asking it in the context of the existing site are you saying that, would staff not agree that the existing, putting two buildings would cause more shadowing than this would?
I'm going to ask Kevin. I don't think we agree with that, but Kevin, will you try to give us a response?
Councillor Kirby-Young, there are sort of two answers to this. One is that we haven't tested and we haven't reviewed kind of what would be considered the base scenario. The other part of it is that these overshadowing policies apply to any development. So we would seek any development to apply with.
I understand that globally, and I realize it's difficult if you haven't done the full studies, but I know that you have a lot of expertise and you're looking at these things all the time, but and you're familiar with the area. So generally speaking, would you say that we would get shadowing from a couple of buildings there? Maybe you don't agree on the percentages, although I would think a shadowing study is a shadowing study, and it's sort of an objective measurement done by a party that knows, hopefully has expertise in that area. I don't. But I would figure out if you measured a shadow, you measure a shadow, and there's a measurement. But is it a fair premise without, and I wouldn't put you on the spot for percentages, that both those buildings would cause shadow?
I can't answer that question accurately, I'm afraid. Again, we would have to do the analysis to be able to answer that question accurately.
Would you consider, okay, let me ask this a different way. If council were to support this amendment and explore this as part of your review, would you look at the contemplation of the shadowing, the existing zoning of what's permissible would provide versus the shadowing impact of this application?
We would.
You would.
But we would also continue to apply the discretion that we apply to any building adjacent a high street, a major high street, which is that we reinforce that shaping should be done as we have done with precedents recently.
So recognizing again, and I appreciate the point that staff haven't done that analysis, I could conclude that it is conceivable as part of that analysis that this might be the better option with respect to shadowing.
We are at 30 seconds to noon, so I'm going to say we just pause it here because we do have 2 amendments coming forward. We have lots of questions. We're not going to be able to extend and finish, so I do think folks could get their lunch and then come back at 1.
Can you stop my clock for me, please?
Yeah, that's right. So we'll keep the record of where people are in the queue and your remaining time, and then staff can chew over that question for a response when we come back. Right, so we're going to take a break now for lunch. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock to conclude this item.
Hi, Elise. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you too. Perfect.
So we're at 1:05. So I am going to reconvene. Councillor Kirby-Young's on the queue, but not in the chambers. So I'm going to move to Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. And if council will indulge me, I know when we left off an amendment that I had put forward. And as staff had commented on that amendment, there were some wires crossed and just a few words that were different. So I'm proposing an amendment to my amendment to strike the language and replace it with language that staff has agreed would be best, considering the intent of the amendment. So I've sent that into the clerk and I'll wait for that to come up.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. We're on the amendment queue. Yes, Councillor Carr. The clerks have it up on screen now. That's helpful. It is 12:04. Yep. Sure, I'll just put you on the queue here. Go ahead.
I won't repeat all of the comments I made before because this is virtually the same as the amendment that I'd moved before. It just simply takes out higher building policy, so staff don't have to go away and study 3 policies. Instead, they'd be looking at shadowing, and they'd also be looking at the West End community plan and heightened density within that. So if council has any questions, happy to answer them, but that's the intent here. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I do have one question as a point of information through you to staff, if I might.
Sure.
And it's with respect to the higher building policy and the 2018 update. And I believe on page 2 or 3, there is a map that shows the delineation of the CBD area, but it also shows dotted line shadowing areas that could consider impacts there. And I'm wondering, if we remove the higher buildings policy, does that remove that opportunity for the application to be considered? Because I went back and studied after lunch, after our conversation on the higher buildings policy, and it does seem that those shadowing areas provide a potential avenue for consideration. Sorry, not the shadowing, but the shoulder areas as outlined in the higher buildings policy 2018 update.
It is a guideline effectively that piggybacks onto rezoning policy. Right now, the project is not sitting within the area that allows it to be considered for the higher building policy, but we could consider it. Of course, the view cones are the overriding policy in the area that would limit any recommendation in the higher building policy to higher than the view cone limits it. So if
Okay, so just to reflect back, because I want to just make sure I'm clear, you're saying that the higher buildings policy is a guideline, not a council policy? And so the more heavy-handed policy instrument, because I want to get this clear, because I feel like this is new information I'm not clear, and the actual policy is the
West End Community Plan.
And the view cones?
And the view cones are a guideline, and the higher building policy is a policy, but it piggybacks onto an enabling policy, so it's subservient to the West End Plan. And
Okay, can I just stop you? So just for the sake of clarity, you just said it's a policy, but a guideline, and then before you said it was a guideline, not a policy. So
yeah, sorry, it's the higher building policy. It's a policy.
It is.
But it is not a policy unto itself that can enable rezoning. You can only do that through the West End Community Plan.
I understand. So you're saying that it's subservient, but it is a policy.
That's true, yeah.
So you're saying the West End Plan can trump?
Sorry.
So you're saying the West End Plan consideration can trump in a hierarchy of review, the higher buildings policy?
Well, it would, because it references accompanying policies that are adopted by council to inform whatever happens through the West End Plan. The higher building policy is one of those, as is the view cones.
Okay, so my takeaway is, for clarity, the only 2 policies that are not bulletins that apply in the hierarchy here are West End Plan and view cone plan. That is the hierarchy of evaluation?
In this instance, it is.
And that's the problem with the policy layers, right? With all these layers, right? Because what we're trying to get to is a zoning enabling policy. The higher building policy is not a zoning enabling policy. The zoning enabling policy comes through the West End Plan. So asking us to pursue additional height, consider additional height through the West End Community Plan is the correct policy way to get there, in our opinion.
And you do not feel that that limits the review, I guess is my.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for this queue on this amendment. Point of privilege? Yeah. As long as they're not connected. So the clerks will have to just make sure that they're not, the second paragraph is not contingent on the first paragraph. They may be, just on my read. I am going to have to check and see if they're can be severed. Okay, council, so they can be severed. Did I hear point of privilege from somebody? Oh, you have to be on the queue, and you are, but we are, I don't think vote hasn't been triggered, so I can, Councillor Dominato, point of information.
Yes, thanks. Could I just seek clarification from the mover of the amendment around the reference of for the purposes of providing residential in addition to market rental? Is the residential strata, social? Like, I'm just not clear what
Okay,
the form of residential is.
Councillor, if you can clarify what you mean by that phrase.
Well, this is the exact language that I got back from legal. So perhaps I'll ask the director of, or the general manager of planning, development, and sustainability.
It's actually up to the question.
How about I make the request of through you, Mayor, to staff, if they
Okay,
could
great.
clarify the intent there, what we mean by
Okay, great. Thanks.
residential.
So we have Director of Planning's here to address that.
I believe the intent would be to pursue any tenure of residential.
Is that okay?
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate
Great. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Now we're going to call a vote. We're going to vote on the first clause first. I'll just get clerks to highlight that. There we go. So the highlighted in blue goes first. Councillors Dominato, Bly, and Kirby Young. Councillors Bly and Kirby Young. Is Councillor Bly here? I don't think so. So sheet marker absent, please. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Kirby Young, Swanson, and Carr in opposition. Going to move to number 2 now. Councillor Swanson and Dominato. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. So we're back to the amendment queue, but since that was a strike and replace, clerks, we can go right back to the main. Right, so we're on the main queue. Councillor Dejanova, you have 4 minutes left.
I'm not going to take all of them. I'm just going to thanks council for considering that. I understand there's another amendment in that has been circulated also. So perhaps I'll reserve more comments until afterwards, but I think that it's important that when an application comes forward, if that applicant wants to move forward through the process that we have with public hearing, that we make that easier for them. And I know that the decisions we're making here today are not decisions on the actual application. It's about moving this forward and our policy processes to move forward applications. So I just wanted to note that, and I'll take myself off the queue for this moment, but I'll be supportive of this with the amendment.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also circulated an amendment. My primary interest here is in maximizing the public benefit. The West End Community Plan has a number of important projects in it that we hear regularly from the neighborhood. They're interested in seeing move forward quickly, and we know the needed upgrades to the aquatic center add costs to that and weren't part of the initial calculation of funds needed to meet what's laid out in the West End Community Plan. And so the direction is to staff and the applicant to consider additional height and density within the community plan for the purposes of providing significant public benefits of meeting those needs that we certainly hear from in the neighborhood.
Second.
That is seconded. So somebody like to address this, please go ahead. Councillor Dejanov, up to 5.
Just speak briefly that I think that this is a thoughtful addition. I appreciate that Councillor Boyle is considering the public amenities, and as we'd heard from staff in their presentation and report, they were putting a lens on this application and the current policy of the West End plan to make sure that they were delivering on the public amenities that are at the forefront of that plan. So I'll, in the interest of keeping it brief, I'll leave it there, but I do support this.
Yeah, thanks. I'll also speak briefly. I'm keenly interested in supporting maximizing public benefits and supporting livability in addition to housing because people need to have that quality of life in the city. And I think that's a really important principle as we continue to grow and densify naturally over time. I do know that we didn't, staff had signaled with the first report that they felt that the conversation from council was sufficient. And we didn't necessarily need direction, but I'm happy sort of if there's an amendment to have that. I suspect that staff would be doing that in terms of maximizing it because I feel like the West End is the one area of all of them across the city that we really have seen cash CACs coming in because of the sort of defined, framed, kind of very clearly articulated plan. But I'm certainly interested to see what that looks like. I know we're not supposed to comment on the merits of the application, so I'll just say, generally speaking, I think public space, green space, and trees are incredibly important. And so I look forward to seeing what that might deliver in addition to the traditional cash and other things that have been prioritized under the West End plan. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle?
Yes, just hoping we can get the language up on the screen. Okay. I just circulated a couple versions and wanted to make sure the most updated, shortest one was up there, but that's all. Thanks.
Slow. We'll just pause for a second. There we go.
Thanks.
Anything else, Councillor Boyle?
Nope, that's all.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, if I could ask a point of information through to staff.
Okay.
Great. My question to staff is, how would you interpret this, given that the plan actually positions height and density at the perimeters? So on Georgia and Alberni, Thurlow and Burrard, and then a bit just for rental on Davie. I'm wanting clarity that you would not interpret this to touch the leafy green inside, which the people that participated in the West End plan felt were so important to not have height and density in, or additional height and density.
I think to be careful, you should instruct us in that manner.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
I will
please. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're good? Yep. Councillor Fry?
Yeah. Well, I'll speak in support of the general idea of this amendment, and with the understanding that there's possibly an amendment to the amendment that would reflect some of the considerations around specific instructions that might be necessary for staff to sort of protect some of the inherent core pieces of the of the West End plan. I do note that in the previous item we talked quite a bit about the Downtown East Side local area plan, which is of a similar vintage to the West End plan, and again sort of recognizing that market economics and the kind of housing needs have changed since we created and implemented those plans in the 2014 kind of vintage, and then recognizing that like the Downtown East Side area plan stuff that we just sort of discretionary kind of added some discretion to, that there is a real need for public benefits in these neighborhoods. And so similar to the, the downtown east side plan and the previous item that we discussed, these conversations should rightly include how we are extracting the necessary public benefits. So if that increased density in these cases provides, the kind of housing that we're looking to achieve, obviously like non-market and market and rental and those kind of things, that we're also commensurately sort of considering where we need to add to public benefits. Obviously, the West End has a lot of public benefit needs. I think somebody mentioned the aquatic center just now, and so there's a lot of work that could be done and delivery of services in the West End. Similarly, downtown east side, we have a lot of need for canopy, green space, and that kind of thing. And I do want to highlight Councillor Carr's concerns around the sort of the leafy green nature of the West End, which I think most would agree is a great example of achieving density and livability with it's been so fantastic in the West End the last little while during the heat. And despite its density, despite the towers, that leafy greenness really actually contributes to a very pleasant environment and a cooling breeze that traverses the West End that I think is on a hot day like this is really worthwhile to articulate. So I'll support this amendment with the understanding that there's likely an amendment to it coming forward. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was going to ask a similar point of information through you to staff, just to clarify to Councillor Carr's, and that is that this appears to sort of, outside of, to me, to be straying beyond the scope of identifying a pathway to consider this one application to opening up the full West End plan. And I know, and I appreciate that there's an amendment coming, but that's really how I read this. And does staff have a comment on that?
I'll allow it.
Thank you. That's a great question. I wouldn't, we're not amending the West End plan today. That's for certain. But I think this will signal to the development community that the city council is interested in additional height and density. And it seems to me to kind of draw some very broad parameters around that might quell the speculation that will undoubtedly occur after this is passed today.
Okay, thanks for that kind of perspective and affirmation. And I'll just say, in anticipation of the other amendment coming, that I won't support this one because I think it does signal that, and I think it's bad process outside of, again, the parameters of what we're trying to do is create a pathway for a project that potentially is meritorious and has public benefit, to opening up an entire plan outside of a broader public engagement just through an amendment. And I think that is, by anybody's stretch of the imagination, the scale of that feels off to me. I don't think that the public would feel good about that and all the residents living in the West End. But I am open to the amendment coming forward. Thanks.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, I have an amendment to the amendment, which I circulated. And it's sort of a bit down.
That's seconded. I'll just move us over to the queue and you can continue with your, go ahead, up to 5.
Thank you. It's in blue up there. And I think you've heard me say this before, having been through the West End plan, it was clear that the residents were virtually unanimous in landing density on the peripheral streets. So specifically, the 4 that I've mentioned there, Burrard and Thurlow and Alberni and Georgia. And why I would consider supporting this is that we would just consider some additional height and density. It's already at 60 stories in those corridors. So there might be some density. And at times we have already increased the density on occasion with rezonings that have come forward. So, if there is a good case made for it that has relatively small negative impacts and that do supply, and I like this language, significant public benefits. I think it's worth us considering as a council. This wouldn't change the plan in my mind. It just does say that it's clear that we are looking for significant public benefits, and it would be in the corridors where already heightened density is landed at the will of the public.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. Mayor Stewart, I have a point of information for the mover of this amendment to the amendment, if possible. Councillor Carr, it says in not your piece of the amendment, but I do believe that your addition would amend this amendment. So the question here is it asks not only staff, but the applicant to consider additional height and density on the peripheral streets of Burrard, Thurlow, Georgia, and Alberni. This project is only on Thurlow and Harrow. So I'm trying to understand how the applicant is supposed to consider extra density on Georgia and Alberni and Burrard. Could you answer that question?
Thanks very much for that question. Interestingly, I was focused on the last end of this sentence, which is in the West End Community Plan. So you're absolutely right. It's inconsistent. I wasn't thinking about. I was thinking about it as being a more general ruling rather than in specifically just the case of this application.
So maybe Councillor Carr, with my time here, I'm just going to go off the queue and let you go on the queue, and if you'd like to, and if not, I'll make my decision. I'm just a bit concerned that this could be confusing, and asking the applicant to do this might not even be possible, as I understand their application isn't on some of these streets.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I wonder if the GM of Planning has a comment on that, as she's standing right there.
Thank you for noticing. Remember, we're not talking about the zoning case. We're talking about the policies that are impacting the zoning case.
So maybe Mayor, I'll ask a point of information through you to staff, if you'll allow it, which is, I wonder if this amended language as proposed by Councillor Carr.
I'm comfortable with that language, because what you're doing is you're narrowing the scope of the policies that you want us, you're narrowing, we've identified the policies you want us to look at, but you're narrowing the scope of where you want us to look at them.
Okay. So I will just say that this was my intention for the reasons Councillor Carr outlined, that the community feedback certainly has been that added density around these peripheral streets was the preference of the community. So very happy to support this amendment from Councillor Carr. Appreciate hearing from staff that this wording of it works, and we'll support it.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'm happy to support based on what I've heard. Otherwise, I was on the queue to proffer a helpful amendment, but based on the response from staff, I'll support it.
Councillor Dejanova.
Since we're on amendment to amendment, nothing can be amended further right now. But I do have a question for staff that I want to ask on the public record here. And so it's a point of information through you, Mayor.
Yep.
And that question is that staff wouldn't take this direction as making the applicant consider additional height and density in areas they absolutely couldn't, which would include Burrard, Georgia, and Alberni. You wouldn't make them go and study that or anything like that. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm happy to support this then, understanding how staff would interpret that, and support the overall amendment, and I'll leave my comments there.
Is that a question? A statement? Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor, I'd like to withdraw my previous amendment to the amendment, and I've resubmitted a new amendment to the amendment that provides a bit more
So in order to withdraw, we need a seconder. And I'll just take a oral test here. All in favor of supporting this, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, okay, so we're back to the main queue. Here you are, back. You have 3.5 minutes, 3:45.
Thank you. Okay, so you'll see in my new amendment that I've just struck the words "and the applicant." What this is doing is simply giving some guidance to staff that if something comes forward, which is what this process is about, that if something comes forward on those peripheral streets in the West End plan, and if it has significant public benefits, they'll feel reassured to be able to forward it to council for our consideration.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak to this? Councilor Dejanova?
I just appreciate Councillor Carr doing this. It makes a lot more sense to me. Thank you.
Don't see anybody else, so we'll call the vote on this one. There we go. That's unanimous. Thank you so much. And we're back to Councillor Carr. Anything else?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Boyle.
No, nothing further. Thanks.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we have can we have the amended amendment pulled up? Because we'll call a vote on it once everybody gets to see what's happening with this one. I think probably on screen is probably good enough at this point, unless there's, yeah, it's the whole thing now. It's the amended staff, so we still have to have a vote on the amendment. Okay. Okay, so we'll call a vote on the amended amendment. Yes. We did. Yep, we voted on that one. That was unanimous, and now we're voting on the amended amendment. Councillor Swanson. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks. Now we're back to the main queue with the amended staff report. Okay, so this is the final vote on this amended report. Okay, so we'll call the vote. Councillor Carr, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Council. That's it for this item. Council, I do have to duck out for a few minutes, so I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Kirby-Young to move to shepherd through the next item, which is the 1075 West Georgia Street. Might just take a few seconds for turnover, but thanks, Council, and I'll be back shortly.
Okay, Council, we are now moving on to our third item on the agenda today, the reconvened council meeting, which is item 9, policy and directions application for rezoning at 1075 Georgia Street. We do have staff here to provide a presentation, including Tess Monroe, planner from the Rezoning Center. And as we do have speakers to this, we'll begin with the presentation. So go ahead when you're ready.
I just want to make sure that council can see the presentation.
That is a great question, because I don't see anything on the screen right now. Just wait, taking a moment to load, it looks like. And there it is. Okay, looks like we're good to go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, Mayor and Council, I'm Tess Monroe. I'll be presenting this application. So this proposal has been formally submitted as a rezoning application. Staff are reviewing the application against relevant policies and bylaws, including the Downtown Official Development Plan, the rezoning policy for the Central Business District, also known as the CBD and CBD Shoulder, Vancouver's heritage policies, and the Metro Core Jobs and Economy Land Use Plan. Staff have completed a preliminary review, and the proposal is significantly non-compliant with the existing policy framework. However, the rezoning policy for the CBD provides direction for proposals to be brought to council for review prior to an application. Our presentation today will include a brief review of each of these policies and bylaws and describes the intent and conditions of the policy to limit residential uses in the CBD. It also describes how the conditions supporting consideration of residential uses in the CBD have not been met by the rezoning application. Given the degree of deviation, staff are seeking council's confirmation of these matters prior to completing the staff review and returning with a referral report recommending non-support. Zone DD, Downtown District. Current zoning permits office and commercial uses, including hotel.
Staff, can I just pause you for a moment? It looks like we've lost the screen there, and I just want to check. Sorry about that. Let's just take a second, see if it's a quick fix, and if it's not, oh, it came back again. We'll just take a sec, see if it's a quick fix or whether or not we need to take a recess, so just bear with us. Staff, do you think we need to take a recess in order to get this? Oh, you're back. I'm seeing it switch on and off. I wonder if we should just take a 5-minute recess just so that we don't have glitches and we can investigate. So why don't we do that and come back at 1:45?
Yes, that's fine. Of limited job space in the CBD. Rezoning potential for this site is guided by the rezoning policy for the CBD and CBD shoulder, shown by the dark and light colors on this map, with the light being the shoulder. This policy allows sites in the CBD to be considered for additional height and density for non-residential development. Under the policy, residential uses were generally removed from the CBD area as the goal is to deliver job space to serve Vancouver and the region. Rezoning applications with market residential can only be considered where a proposal includes protection and rehabilitation of a heritage building at risk, or for sites over 50,000 square feet, where a proposal achieves a substantial public benefit while still providing significant job space. This application does neither. This proposal was reviewed against both policies as the site area is 52,000 square feet and includes a Vancouver Heritage Register listed building. The city's heritage policies provide guidance on the conditions in which a rezoning on the site containing a heritage resource may be considered. The heritage property must be preserved, a high level of retention and conservation proposed, and it must be seismically upgraded. Legal protection of the heritage resource is required. As proposed, the building does not comply with the policies as the owner is not offered designation, seismic, or structural upgrades of the heritage asset. The site, shown outlined in red, is located on the northeast corner of Thurlow and West Georgia Streets. It is developed with a 27-story office tower known as the Macmillan-Bledell Building and a 2-story parking structure. The office tower and parking structure were designed by Arthur Erickson and constructed in 1969. The tower is on the Vancouver Heritage Register and listed in the A category and considered a landmark building. The site is not municipally designated. The rezoning application as submitted is to rezone the site to permit a second tower where the current parking structure is located. It would include a 47-story mixed-use building containing commercial retail uses at grade, 1 floor of office space on level 2, and 484 secured rental residential units above. Of the residential units, the applicant has proposed that 20% of the floor space is proposed as workforce housing for households with an income range of $56,000 to $120,000 per year. The Heritage Office Tower would remain as is. No conservation or designation plan has been offered, as required by both the rezoning policy and Vancouver's heritage policies. As noted in the previous presentations today, the policy inquiry process enables staff to consider in-process applications for proposals that are not compliant with council-adopted policy. This application elected not to go through the policy inquiry process and did not undergo staff review against the council-endorsed criteria. However, the rezoning policy for the CBD sets criteria by which residential uses may be considered, including that they be brought forward to council for consideration. In this case, the applicant has submitted a policy non-compliant rezoning application. At this point, we are at the policy and direction stage, seeking direction from council related to the applicable policy framework. Policies that cover the CBD limit residential uses in favor of securing much-needed job space for the region. The Metro Core Jobs and Economy Land Use Plan and the Employment Lands and Economy Review have both identified a citywide shortage of employment space. The introduction of market housing into areas designated for job space has implications for the wider CBD area, creating a competitive tension between job space and residential uses in an areas identified for office and hotel. The introduction of residential in favor of job space has never been done in this area since the policy was approved. Any project that introduces residential uses in this area would spur speculation and risk destabilizing land values in the area, leading to land speculation, and may impact our ability to deliver both office and hotel space in the CBD. While the Housing Vancouver strategy identified the need for more purpose-built rental housing, within existing city policies, there is capacity to grow rental housing outside of this core area. As shown on the map, there are a number of district schedules, community plans, and citywide policies that enable and encourage purpose-built rental housing within walking distance of the CBD, including the West End, Cole Harbour, Northeast False Creek, Downtown South, and Downtown East Side plans. There are several other policy non-conforming issues with this application. The Macmillan-Bledell Building is an iconic landmark building that, along with other high-profile buildings in the immediate context, contributes to a distinctive sense of place in the CBD. The city's heritage policies would seek for any intervention on a heritage site to be responsive to the character-defining elements that generate the heritage value. As previously mentioned, the proposed building does not comply with the policies, as the owner has not offered designation, seismic, or structural upgrades of the heritage building. The proposed building is also located within 50 feet of the existing office building, which would compromise the value of this Class A office space. Additionally, Policy 5.2 states that on sites larger than 50,000 square feet, residential can be considered where a proposal achieves a significant public benefit while still providing significant job space. Non-residential space equal to the maximum applicable from the DODP must be achieved before consideration of any market residential. This proposal currently only offers one floor of office space and does not comply with the policy. Additionally, as part of the application, the proposal is offering 20% of the residential floor area as workforce housing, targeting essential workers. This is proposed as a public benefit for this application. Workforce housing is not an established term within cities' housing policies. The city's below-market rental housing policies and programs target households with an annual income between $30,000 and $80,000. The proponent's targeted income range is $56,000 to $120,000 per year and would not secure deep housing affordability as compared to established city policy. The proposed workforce housing proposes higher targeted rents at project opening, no limit on household incomes for eligibility, no cap on rent escalation at turnover, and no studio units. As a result, staff do not consider the workforce housing a substantial public benefit. Staff have completed a preliminary review of the application against the policies associated with this site and have determined that the proposal is significantly non-compliant. The CBD continues to be an important location for economic activity and job growth. The introduction of residential uses in this area would compromise much-needed job space for Vancouver and for the region. The proposal disregards the policy framework established by Council, and given the degree of deviation, as directed by the rezoning policy, staff are seeking Council's direction on these matters prior to completing the staff review and returning with a referral report recommending non-support. The options for Council is to confirm staff recommendation to uphold the existing policy and regulatory framework, or advise the applicant to withdraw the rezoning application and submit a new application that addresses the criteria for a substantial public benefit, or advise the applicant to withdraw and consider a submission through the policy inquiry process to evaluate an alternative proposal that addresses the PEP criteria. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Staff are available for any questions.
Thank you, staff. And I didn't have a script in front of me when we began, so I was remiss in not asking, and I'll ask it now, if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest on this item, rezoning for 1075 West Georgia. And I'm not seeing or hearing any. So we will now proceed to ask questions of staff on the presentation, and reminding Council you have up to 5 minutes each to do that. And I see Councillor Fry on the queue, so I'll ask the clerk to advance him, and go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Great, thanks. So first question, just on the subject of the heritage designation. Now, the parking lot is not part of the Heritage A, it's strictly the McMillan Bloedel building, is that correct?
I'll ask our heritage colleagues to come speak to that.
Councillor Fry, this is Latanianko, Senior Heritage Planner. The parking lot is part of the complex, of the building, yes, it is.
Oh, I see. So now, is this a separately owned lot, or does the owner own both buildings?
It is on the same lot.
Okay, okay. That's helpful to know. Thanks, Latin. I guess, so my larger question then is, so this lot can't be touched within the heritage envelope, or could it be developed if it was consistent with the CBD usage zoning?
We would consider, given the heritage value of the site, the addition of an appropriately scaled and compatible office building or hotel on the site could be considered for redevelopment option for the existing parking structure.
Okay, thank you. And it seemed pretty clear in the map with the relatively minor amount of zoned CBD space, but can you walk me through what the concerns around speculation in the CBD actually means?
Councillor Fry, Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. The CBD is a protected area specifically designed to incorporate or integrate jobs. It comprises 13% of our downtown peninsula. And as was mentioned earlier, we have upheld the CBD policy since its inception. And what I can say is that has resulted in the ability for all commercial projects to be viable in the CBD area. Without that policy and standing firm on that policy, I think the speculation could drive out or destabilize the land values and cause us either not to be able to provide the commercial, which we have seen a significant amount of since 2016, and I can say that we have about 3.1 million square feet under construction right now. So that kind of highlights the effectiveness of both the policy and the interest in having office downtown. The other thing I will note is that we are seeing a slight rise in the vacancy rates from 5 to 7%. 7 to 10% is kind of the healthy area that you want to be in. So we're approaching that healthy area, or maybe just slightly in it. And even with that, we've seen pressure on rental rates. So having clear policy, defined policy, helps to control the amount and the pressures on land speculation, and control the amount of increases that we might see over time on rents.
Yeah, thanks for that context. Certainly, this council has been keenly aware of the need to protect our industrial and employment lands. So by extrapolating this, then a lot of the stuff that occurs within the CBD wouldn't be viable outside of the CBD. Is this sort of only area that is this an area where it's more viable than outside of it?
Well, I think through our policy, the CBD policy, we've been able to maintain the viability of that. In the absence of that policy, and considering residential for the entire downtown peninsula, what I will note is that there are areas outside of the CBD that do allow residential, significant areas that you could do residential at any point. But by preserving the area in the CBD, we've been able to make and maintain the viability of commercial development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay for me to take back over, Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, just one note, Chair, is that no one has spoken yet, and so you might want to ask the staff to reset those timers, because people are just beginning to ask questions, but for some reason they show time on them.
Okay, great, thanks. I'll go to Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Great, thanks. I am wondering, one of the things we've heard from about this particular site is that office space isn't viable because of the size of the floor plate, and I'm wondering if staff could respond to that.
Yes, well, I can't specifically reference each individual project. What I can say is that we have projects in this immediate vicinity that are all commercial. 619 West Hastings is an example that has actually smaller floor plates than are being proposed here. I think they're in the 6,500 square foot range. Okay. Or less.
Okay, that's helpful to know. The conversation about hotel rooms and the, do we have any ability, this is an area I don't know a lot about our policy, and to require those hotel rooms be like not the sort of Airbnb Sonder style, but to be staffed, creating good local jobs in the hotel sector. Is that within the realm of how we would zone for possible hotel space?
Yes. What I would say, though, that this project doesn't include a hotel proposal.
Okay, I've just heard some suggestion of it, and it's currently encouraged to be commercial or hotel. Am I correct in that?
Yes, office or hotel. And I know there's some recent discussion has come up about, but hotel was not part of the application that was submitted.
Okay. And in though our current expectations of commercial or hotel, would something like the Sonder model qualify within that hotel zoning?
I'm sorry, I was trying to get another question answered.
Within the current guidelines around it being commercial or hotel on that site, would something like the Sonder model of qualify within?
I don't know if we have a definition of a full-service hotel or not. Let me check. Do we have full-service hotel that we've sold?
I think it would.
See, Teen Fan might have something to say. It just
Thanks,
saw you
Councillor
stand.
Boyle. Can you just repeat your question? Was it whether or not we limit the programming of the type of hotel that can operate here?
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have any restrictions currently. It can be a long-term, short-term stay, or it could be a Sonder type hotel model.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, helpful.
Can I just add to that? I think what we have heard through our collaboration with Destination Vancouver is that there is an interest in hotels that provide full facilities, commercial kitchens, meeting rooms, that sort of thing.
Okay, and are we able to add that as a direction or condition? Or
Well, we're doing this in real time, and Kevin has just pointed out in the zoning and development bylaw, the definition of hotel does not include short-term rental accommodation, and certainly in a CD1, I think that we could specify that too.
Okay. Okay, just thinking about the local jobs as well. Can I move for a second round of questions, just in
Sure
case?
thing. Seconder? Thanks. All in favor, yay.
Okay.
Opposed? Okay, we're good.
Thanks. I may not need it, but I'm also wondering if council were to consider residential here, is this a site where I'm thinking about what staff had said about the workforce housing, and would this be a site where we could say consider residential, but with direction to look at more of a MERP type breakdown, or a focus on moderate income rental in line with similar residential policy we've used?
I think we could, and remember, we're reacting to a specific application, right? So, but yes, there's not a policy for that MERP-like, but I think in the kind of discussions of the zoning going forward, we could certainly make that clear to the applicant that that's what the council would like to see.
Okay, I'll wait and ask if I need to about how best we would do that, but I'll go off the queue for now. Thanks.
Councilor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks. I'm also sort of lined up to ask about the hotel use, and I've got some sort of explicit follow-up questions to that. And that is, in terms of that being a permissible use in the current DODP along with commercial, does that specify, what are the parameters of the policy that specify it needs to be the full building in use as opposed to a floor, 2 floors, a small percentage of a number of rooms of the total floor space area?
Under the current DODP, we allow 11 FSR of commercial, so that can be either office or hotel.
Okay.
It doesn't say which
So the current DODP, for greater clarity, would not permit, I want to do residential with 2 or 3 hotel floors. That would be an exception.
Correct.
Right, okay. And in the context of this specific application, and I just want to go be clear to process, we're considering an application on the merits as to whether or not that should be enabled by council for rezoning consideration, even though it's contrary to policy. So my question is, would it be outside the scope to add hotel use at this point as amendment because it's not contemplated in the application that is before us and that was on the public agenda?
So again, and this is so confusing to do, but we're not considering the zoning application today. So
Okay,
what
we're
we are
considering
considering
an
is the
enabling path,
policy, and the policy does allow hotel, and it encourages hotel. So it would be to affirm the direction to look
Okay.
at hotel.
So if council was interested in affirming the direction, is that not what the existing recommendations do already? Because the existing recommendations affirm the policy, which says you can do.
You can do
area,
hotel.
Commercial or hotel, so no amendment would be,
No amendment would be necessary for that.
if the applicant chose to pursue
Add hotel. If he chose to revise his application to include hotel, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And the comment was made with respect to, and I appreciate a perspective from staff on this too, that the site was quote unquote too small for meaningful floor plates for office, but that certainly wouldn't be the case for hotel because it's similar to residential. You're doing smaller sized rooms, so it could certainly facilitate hotel rooms, correct?
Yeah, indeed, and we believe it's suitable for office. We think it's viable for office. The applicant doesn't, but we certainly think it does.
So it's more of a judgment as to what type of office they want to offer. If it's larger floor plates that might be more desirable in the market today versus smaller, what type of tenant you might attract.
Right, yeah.
Is that kind of a fair?
Exactly.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. One, so just, well, we're not specifically addressing the application, but since the subject was raised, having read that there is plans for an amended application to come forward, including hotel, if it was a combination of hotel, workforce housing, and rental housing, it would still not fall within all the policy. It wouldn't meet all the policy tests. It would meet some of them, not all of them.
That's correct.
Is
That's
that fair?
correct. We would look at the policy, which says you must meet the requirements of the DODP first before any extra residential is permitted, and that comes with a substantial public benefit. So we would need to look at what a substantial public benefit would mean in this case. We, staff, do not believe workforce housing as defined by the application is a substantial public benefit.
Okay, thank you. And can you refresh, you may have made this, said it in your presentation, but what's the current office vacancy rate right now in Vancouver? Or occupancy? Let's maybe go.
So I'll speak primarily to the downtown. Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. It's 24%, and that has increased slightly over the last few months.
And it, 24% vacancy is that, you said the last few months?
I'm gonna clarify. Sorry, I was giving you the rental rate. The vacancy rate ranges from 5.7 to 7%.
5.7 to 7.
As of a couple months ago.
And is that up from 2 years ago?
Yes.
As the pandemic?
Yes, slightly. It had kind of ranged around 2.8. And it's now at 5.7 to 7. It depends on, there's a couple different assessments that are out there by brokerage firms and that sort of thing.
Okay, and do we consider there to be, like we often talk in the rental market about having sort of a healthy vacancy rate? Is there a similar measure for?
Yeah, there absolutely is. 5 to 7%, or sorry, 7 to 10% is the healthy range. And we're just creeping up from the 5 to 7. That's kind of the range that we're in now in the downtown.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave my questions there for now. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, so the applicant sent a support letter from Sonder, which is a hotel company that has a certain method of doing its hotels where it doesn't need very many workers. I guess they do a lot of stuff by cell phone. And the purpose of having hotel space as opposed to residential, from what I gather, is so that we'll have jobs. But if we have a hotel that doesn't have very many jobs, would we be fulfilling that purpose?
Is that a question to
staff? Yes.
Okay. Somewhat philosophical, but
well, it's very practical to me, because if we say that we want a hotel because it meets the criteria of the plan, but actually we could get if we could somehow extract a good public benefit, that might be better than a jobless hotel.
Hi, Councillor Swanson. It's Teen, Senior Rezoning Planner. I'm sorry, can you just quickly repeat the question? I apologize, I couldn't hear it.
Sorry. So I'm gathering that the idea is that we want jobs, and that a hotel would fit the criteria because jobs would be happening with the hotel. but in a letter of support that was sent by the applicant came from Sonder, which is a particular type of hotel, which doesn't have very many jobs. So I'm wondering if that type of hotel fits the criteria for jobs that we're looking for.
Councillor Swanson, Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. What I can say is that the full-service hotel, in our opinion, is more responsive or inclusive of job creation. And so, as we've heard from Destination Vancouver, it is kind of the preferred approach to the full-service hotel is the preferred approach that we would like to see in terms of job creation.
And is there any way of, if the applicant changes the proposal to have a hotel, do we have any rules that could require that that hotel be a full service hotel as opposed to a more or less jobless hotel?
I think I'll let Teen answer that question.
Hi, Councillor Swanson, Teen Senior Rezoning Planner. Currently in our definition for hotel, we don't have limitations in terms of the type of programming that could occupy that space. So there is a traditional model of a hotel where there's, meeting space, restaurants, spas, and then a Sonder Hotel is a different type of hotel. It's still considered a service use, and it would operate quite differently in that it is more tech-enabled, you are right. But we currently don't have any requirements to see that a future applicant could potentially have to run a particular type of hotel.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Boyle, 30 seconds. Oh, you have a second round if you like.
Yes, thanks. I was just hoping to have staff clarify again, because we're figuring out this process as we go. If that's okay, we're all figuring this out as we go. If council's priority was to uphold the existing policy, which I understand would require hotel or commercial and could allow some additional residential with sufficient public benefit, is that a fair description of the current policy?
Yes, yes. Mhm.
If council's priority was to uphold that current policy and allow an application to go through within that policy, would we be supporting the staff recommendation? Would we vote down? I'm just, all of the language is a bit.
Yeah, these are all really, these are our first few coming through, and they're all kind of clunky, which I keep trying to push everybody towards the PEP, because that way we can negotiate these. We'll have to wait to hear from our applicant. I do think there's some willingness on the part of the applicant to figure out a pathway forward that's viable for the site and meet the goals of the policies.
Okay, and I'm just trying to understand then, what would council
be directing?
Are the staff recommendations in front of us pointing in a path that would allow that negotiation to have a project that?
Recommendation A doesn't, but Tess did line out 3, a couple of alternatives. And, but I think we could get the council there pretty easily, and I think we'll wait to maybe hear from Mr. Stivell or Joanne.
I don't see that alternative wording in the report, but would welcome it so we don't get too deep into amendments to try to figure out where we're trying to go. But yeah, we'll wait to hear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. That's it for me.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's it for questions from council. We'll turn now to hearing from the public. So we have John Stivell up first, followed by Michael Goldberg, and then Angus McDonald. Hi there, thanks for coming in.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is John Stavella, and I'm the president of Reliance Properties, the applicant for this rezoning. I'm joined by our Director of Development, Joanna Kwan, to assist with any questions if that's permitted. And we're happy to be back in chambers today, and thanks staff for the work they've done on this so far. Reliance Properties, together with our partners, own the 450,000 square foot renamed Arthur Erickson Place. This distinctive office tower was built in 1968 and is well known in the city for its prominent status and a public plaza on Georgia. We submitted the rezoning in July 2021, a year ago, in response to Council's initiative to create policy inquiry process. And just a note, at the time we submitted the full rezoning, our understanding was that even though it was full rezoning, it would be considered in the context of the policy inquiry process. And I think there's been a bit of a miss there in the way it's been brought forward, as though Council hasn't given an opportunity to look at it in that context, but hopefully we can do that anyway. So we're pleased by this opportunity. In the last 2 weeks, we studied the staff report carefully and had a chance to modify our proposal to address the concerns of creation of job space. As summarized on our presentation there on the first page, our modified proposal will work with the same massing, incorporate a 72-room hotel such as Sonder or similar. However, I can address questions. It'll also work with a more broad-based hotel type. 363 secured market rental units and 66 below market workforce housing units. And we can provide more information on that in questioning if needed. No residents or commercial tenants will be displaced by this development, and our proposal respects established height limits, view cones, and shadow policies. Our full rezoning application is a response to Council's initiative to create the policy inquiry process and meets one of the core objectives by providing secured market rental and below market housing. If you could go to page 2 on the presentation, please. The application is made under the existing policy that anticipates residential if all zoned commercial FSR is first used. This policy also mandates initial direction from Council. Our only proposed policy variance is allowing workforce housing in place of remaining zoned commercial density of 1 FSR. I can elaborate more on that as well. The staff report contends that there is little or no public benefit from the project. We respectfully disagree with this. In addition to the secured market rental units, the workforce housing units provide substantial public benefit through provision of below market rents and the economic benefits to adjacent employers of the workforce housing, which we calculate as being a very substantial economic on-site benefit of the below market housing. Also, contrary to the staff report, our target salary range for the workforce housing is from $39,000 to $78,000, and I can elaborate further on that. The project has received 25 letters of support delivered to Council from employers and others pleading for the need for workspace for employees. Ambulance Paramedics Association is one. Michael Goldberg from UBC, several large hotel owners, including our Hyatt neighbor right next door, the large Hyatt hotel, and various restaurants and other establishments representing thousands of employees. There are no letters of opposition that we are aware of. The staff report also mentions that there are no heritage benefits. Yet we have proposed legal designation on page 39 of our rezoning report, contrary to staff's summary, and of the A registered Arthur Erickson Place, along with facade reconditioning and restoration of the Georgia Street Plaza in front of the building. We're of course aware that staff and Council have questions and concerns about how this proposal may impact job space. However, as you've heard, the office market is healthy and in balance, and our company alone within blocks of this project has 1 million square feet of office space on the market right now available for pre-lease. In fact, Council approved the bylaws for both of those projects in its meeting last night. Further, due to site size constraints and setback requirements from the existing office tower, proposed floor plate is 8,500 square feet, which is not suitable for AAA office. And there's been a reference to a 6,500 square foot floor plate. Elsewhere, I would suggest that that's an outlier, and if Council is to look at the broad range of large office buildings developed in the market right now, typical floor plate minimums are closer to 12,000 up to 16,000 square feet. We have also provided Council with a letter from respected valuation firm Altus, confirming that the applied for rezoning will not put upward pressure on commercial land values and is not a viable office site. Although not yet updated for the additional hotel rooms we propose, we expect there'll be very little change in the valuation. In conclusion, Council has asked for bold ideas to address the housing crisis. Reliance has a long track record of building rental housing in the city. We respectfully request that Council direct staff to prepare a referral report under Section 5.2 of the CBD and CBD shoulder area rezoning policy, with Council supporting the proposed policy variance to allow the minimum commercial area to be reduced from 11 to 10 in order to support the below market workforce housing. Thank you, and we're here for your questions.
Thanks very much. Do you have a question from Councillor Boyle? Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thanks. I have two questions, and one is to the hotel use, and you sort of spoke to it, but I'm wondering if you would consider or support more of a full-service hotel that creates local jobs rather than the Sonder model.
But we have spoken to a number of hotel operators, and we did submit a letter from Sonder, and the reason that was what came forward is because there's been some, I think from council, some desire to have hotels that are a little more cost-effective for the guests, and Sonder fits into that. It is certainly not a jobless hotel. It still involves housekeeping and maintenance and all the things that you need. We have also spoken to conventional hotel operators. The floor plate still is modest in size, so according to urban design requirements. So I don't think it's going to be like a Hyatt or a Four Seasons or anything, but it can definitely be, and we've talked to Marriott as an example, a more conventional, somewhat more conventional hotel. Will it have ballrooms and huge meeting facilities? Not really possible within the floor plate, but it would be more conventional, would have some meeting rooms, would have full service, would have food and beverage that we've already got planned on the ground floor anyway. So there's we're open to a wide range of hotel, and we'd be willing to have council seek some commitment around the type of hotel that can be offered if it was defined enough to remain flexible.
Okay, I appreciate that. And my second question is around the workforce housing definition, which, as we heard from staff, is not a term or category that we currently have. I wonder if you considered or would be open to moderate income rental in line with other city policies instead.
Okay, as modeled, our projected rents under workforce housing aren't markedly different from the MERP discount. According to our figures, the rents would be at about 60% of market using the workforce. Workforce is just a new idea, and we're being asked to bring new ideas forward, which would attempt to create a subset of workers who, because there's lots of people who need below market housing, and there's below market housing all over the place, but this was to create a subset of tenants who not only will have an affordable home, more affordable than market, but are also helping with the economic resilience of the downtown by having workers close to the places of work, such as ambulance drivers and paramedics. So we're really flexible there, but it was an attempt to sort of go over and above just the normal discounted rent and try and further assist a specific group of people who will improve the resiliency of the downtown economy. And we think it's something Vancouver and council should be exploring, but we also understand it's kind of new territory and would require some work with staff to work out, but we're flexible.
Okay, I appreciate that. We certainly, there's a lot of confusing definitions already, and so trying to keep them.
Can anyone remember what MERP stands for?
Few as possible. I can. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
Councilor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I want to follow up on the hotel conversation too. A topic that's near and dear to my heart. And 72 rooms is small. You're looking at a couple of floors, 2, 3, I'm guessing. Would you consider the bulk of the floor space for a hotel?
By the bulk of the floor space, do you mean up to 11 FSR?
I mean, predominantly, the building primary or predominant use would be hotel and not residential.
I don't think that would be viable with the type of floor plate we have to build a hotel of that size in this market at this time. Even we talked to the hotel operators, Marriott, all of them, from Sonder, Marriott, Four Seasons, everybody. They're all looking for around 180 to 210 keys right now. Nobody wants a 410-room hotel anymore. It's just not.
So I was going to say that because if I think of an analogous property like, say, the Coastal Harbor Hotel that was built in time for the 2010 Olympics, 220 rooms, and not dissimilar to, when we're having those discussions on kind of the interplay between the density needed for strata and rental residential. It's very similar in the hotel industry. You need an explicit number of keys to do that. But I'm wondering if you consider that, because I look at the Coastal Harbor analogy, 220 keys, also a very skinny building, other site, doesn't have the large ballrooms the Hyatt does, still managed to fit in a ballroom, still has back of house, still has kitchen facility, commercial employee staff, has restaurant.
Yeah. I think the problem with a large conventional full service hotel on this site, like a really big one, is really the floor plate. Like hotels typically have a larger square floor plate. They have anything up to 16 rooms per floor for efficient housekeeping and for the geometry for larger meeting rooms and things. So it's a sort of a boutique-y infill tower as determined by you know, the setback from the Milton building and the size of the remaining parkade site. So I think the type of hotel can be kind of broad, but it's still going to have to be, it can't be like a Hyatt. And or the one you're,
I'm not
what's the
suggesting
one you're
a
referring to?
Hyatt, it's actually, the example I'm asking about with the Cole Harbor is 6 to 8 rooms per floor, smaller floor plate, still has amenities. It's a very similar in terms of
You
size.
mean the
That's why I'm
Loden?
asking. Pardon me?
The Loden or?
No, the Coast Cole Harbor Hotel on Hastings.
Oh, yeah. I think it's probably a bigger floor plate. Yeah.
Okay, but just to be clear, you wouldn't consider a predominant hotel use?
I mean, it's a 47-story building as it currently stands. No, we would not take hotel much beyond where we are now. We have 70 keys. We might be able to push that up a little bit.
Okay, and 70 keys is how many floors of 47 in this concept? 3? 12? 5 floors? 6 rooms?
7 floors, yeah.
7 floors of 47. Okay.
And again, just what we're hearing from the hotel operators is they're looking for anywhere from, you know, 70, 80 keys up to about 200. And after that, they're really not that interested right now, just due to the
That's why I'm
market
asking the question,
penetration.
is
We're at the
there's
3.
such a shortage. Thank you.
Over to Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I have a question about the workforce housing. And you're saying that it would be in the 39 to 78K range. What would happen when somebody moves out? Would the rent still be in that range? Would you have vacancy control?
Yeah, I think Councillor Swanson, not unlike MERP, I think that apart from indexing or increases that are permitted over time, inflationary type increases, that we would continue to hold the rents on renewal at those targets. Yes.
And would you be willing to sign a housing agreement to that effect?
I'm pretty much anticipating that we'll have a 100-page housing agreement if this project moves ahead, like all of them. And we are happy to have a mechanisms which control that those units remain within the ratios of the workforce housing requirements or the MERP requirements over time.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, those housing agreements are long. I agree.
Yeah. And expected. So, yeah.
Councillor Weep.
Yeah, on the, sorry, what's actually get set up? I'm good right now, actually. Sorry, I just lost my train.
Sorry?
I'm good for now.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you so much for coming in. And we're going to move to Michael Goldberg, speaker number 2, by phone. Michael Goldberg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the chance to speak briefly. I'm Michael Goldberg, a resident of North Vancouver. I'm Dean and Professor Emeritus of Urban Land Policy at the Sauter School at UBC, and I want to support the application for rezoning. I realize city staff do not support it because of their view it's not compliant with a 13-year-old policy, and I would like to start by questioning that policy at this point in our evolution. The policy is based on a presumption we'll run out of job land, and that's not a premise that I support. Council has the capacity to greatly increase the supply of job land by adding height and density in the core and adding height and density to other commercial areas in the city as well. So I do not see the underlying premise as being a viable one at this point. Additionally, residential uses are increasingly job uses. If you look at all new residential developments in the city, they are very heavily wired, most with fiber, and they are clearly workspaces and have served as workspaces during COVID. This is a trend that started before COVID, and it's certainly one that will continue well into the future. So I think the crystal clear distinction between job land and residential land is also not particularly useful at this point. The idea of intermixing jobs and residential land uses downtown is particularly appealing, I think, to most of us. Creates a more vibrant CBD 24/7, promotes walking and biking to work, certainly supports greater transit use, and reinforces the investments we've made in transit, and it very much helps green the city further in our aspirations to become a model of green development. Having job-only land uses creates an empty CBD at nights and on weekends and discourages jobs in retail, food, and entertainment. So it is very narrowly focused on certain sorts of jobs, and I think having mixed uses is much more interesting and more sustainable in the long term. Integrating jobs and land and residential land uses has been going on for a very long time in Vancouver. We're a pioneer in such mixed use. It's been very successful, and I see no need to have such a rigidly defined residential and commercial separation in the core. The 429 homes to be built under the hotel proposal, 484 homes to be built without the hotel, adds very nicely to the supply of housing, which we are critically short of. When we speak about vacancy rates in commercial of 5 to 7, that is healthy. We've been running close to zero vacancy rate in our housing stock for decades now, and this will go quite some way to help alleviate that issue. So for all of these reasons, I support the development, and I'm very happy to answer any questions the mayor and council might have.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you for calling in. I'm going to move to speaker number 4, Angus McDonald. Angus McDonald.
I am a.
Hi,
Yes, hello.
Hi there. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Angus McDonald, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking to you this afternoon as the Vice President of Hyza Canada, and we have 2 restaurants located in downtown Vancouver, not too far from the Resilience subject property at Melville and Thurlow. Hyza restaurants have been employers in the downtown community for more than 65 years, and I am dialing in today to express our company's full support of the application before you that would deliver almost 500 new rental homes to an incredibly underserved neighborhood. Hyza Canada employs over 100 staff members in Vancouver, many of whom have worked with the restaurant for years and whom we consider part of our extended family. These hardworking individuals and their families are constantly being pushed out of Vancouver due to lack of affordable and available housing. This is not a new issue for our business and our industry, but it is one that continues to worsen. Here's an opportunity to see meaningful benefits throughout housing at a prime location, downtown close to transit and jobs, that otherwise may remain as a parking lot. I hope Council recognizes this unique opportunity to provide essential workforce and housing in the area where it is desperately needed and allow this application to proceed. And thank you very much for the opportunity to share our perspective.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I'll just thank you so much for calling in. And that's it for members of the public speaking of this item, Council. Just need somebody now to move the motion.
With the recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor DeGenova. And we're on Councillor Dominato. You want to speak to this?
Yes, Mayor, I just have a quick point of information through you to staff.
Yep.
Just if you could clarify for me what our policy frameworks articulate in terms of tower separation.
Separation is typically 80 feet in between office and residential. I think we usually go 60, but I think it's on this site would only meet like 40, perhaps.
Maybe you could just be, well, we're not speaking apparently about the specific application.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So for an application in the downtown core of any variety, office to office, we don't actually have any controls. So a recent example would be something like the new mass timber building that's been approved through DP at the Bentall Center. Has relatively limited tower separation that we just reviewed through kind of best practices for urban design. Residential to office, though, Teresa's correct, would be 60 feet.
So we do regulate between residential and office, but not between
office and office.
Yeah, that's a little bit more of a case-by-case basis, urban design performance, things like that.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies my question.
Mr. Boyle?
Thanks. I am hoping to move an amendment. Maybe I'll just let Councillor Weeb go first. I'm hoping to move an amendment related to that moderate workforce, moderate income housing, and also more full service hotel space in the interest of jobs, and staff are just, I understand, helping make sure the language is appropriate and proper on that. So I'll let Councillor Weeb go and come back when that language is ready.
Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, just one question through to staff, and that is on workforce housing. Do we have any definitions within our policy statements to kind of reflect what Whistler and other municipalities are doing to ensure that those workforce housing spaces are utilized for people that work in the municipality or city and need to work there? So people that wouldn't be working from home, but people that would have to be in the area to do employment. Is that part of our current workforce housing definition, or is there something that we would put together in moving this application forward?
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Dan Garrison from Housing Policy. We don't have a currently active definition of workforce housing. And so we would have to develop one unless council was to direct us to use more policies that more closely matched existing below market rental policies. There are a number of things about the workforce housing model that we have some concerns with. One of them in this case being the proposal that the workforce housing qualifications would link to an individual income in the unit, not to the household income. So for example, you could have a household in the unit that makes significantly more than we would normally see qualifying for below market rental because one of the incomes does meet the test. So there are some things we'd have to work out if we did apply a workforce housing model as opposed to something more consistent with the below market rental policy we have.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I guess question, Chair, through you to staff. Yeah, I've heard a couple of references to moving this through the PEP process, and I'm wondering, is that implicit in these staff recommendations, or does that have to be included as a specific direction or amendment?
That would need to be moved as an amendment to staff to actually take this back through the PEP process.
And so follow-up question, because I mean, I hear loud and clear the concerns around sort of an ad hoc change to the CBD policy and how limited that zoning capacity sort of is as a geographic area. Would that also be implicit in referring it back to the PEP as a consideration within that, working within the existing sort of CBD policy?
Thank you. I think it would be helpful to be explicit about that if council were to do that. Again, we have such limited job space, 7% citywide, only 13% of the peninsula is reserved for job space. So we are very protective of that remaining space. So additional instruction to staff would be helpful in that regard.
You know, I hear that loud and clear, and I'm inclined to support the staff recommendations outright, but you know, the applicant's been somewhat persuasive and just, you know, like, and is there a middle ground as an opportunity to shift? Obviously, there's been some shifts in the sort of proposal that we've seen since what we've written and what we're hearing. So I might noodle around trying to see if there's what other councillors are reflecting, and then maybe I'll prepare an amendment in the meantime. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Boyle?
I'll go on after Councillor Kirby-Young.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Oh, it's fine. I'll wait. Thanks.
Councillor Boyle?
Okay, then I wonder if I can just ask for a 3-minute recess rather than try to table language that isn't proper and get into a mess.
Okay,
I'm
say
hoping
5.
5.
Going for 5.
Mayor, I have a point of procedure.
Point of procedure?
That has not been granted in the past because you had advised that we had to do that for.
You have a floor, you move a motion, council decides. So we have a motion move for a
Well, is it debatable then?
3-minute recess.
I believe it's debatable,
Seconder.
Mayor?
Yep.
Okay, so
It's
my.
debatable. So if you'd like to put yourself on the list.
Yeah, my point of information is if you could advise us, please, with respect to consistency, because you've denied that previously. So does that mean that we can take a recess for however long, whenever any councillor wants to prepare a motion?
Yeah, the councillor has the floor and has moved the motion, so that's allowed. The motion's been seconded, so we're into.
So Mayor, respectfully, that was not my question.
Already burned, 90 seconds on this one, so.
Mayor, I'm just looking for a response, please,
Point
respectfully.
of procedures are actually for me just to explain procedure and what I've just done, so I've finished my explanation. And
Mayor?
anybody else like to?
Mayor, you're not treating council fairly, and I'm not going to stand for it.
See you later. Okay, anybody else on this item? Yep. Voting on a recess, all in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. We're recessed for 3 minutes. Great. Councilor Carr will probably come back. we're back in. I have Councillor Fry on the queue. Councillor Fry, we're in the debate.
Yeah, Mayor, I just submitted an amendment, actually.
Great. Clerks, could you just recap where we are then? On this one, we've had the main motion moved. Right, we're on the main queue. We should be right. I'm sorry, Councillor Fry. I was on the wrong queue, and so I'm going to put you there.
That's okay, Mayor. I'm not taking it personally. It's all good.
Can I just ask a point of procedure?
You can.
Mayor, please help me to understand, but when we left, I thought Councillor Boyle had the floor and was on the queue because she moved to recess.
Yep,
So,
she is.
So she's not on the queue
I just
anymore?
explained, she's on the queue right there.
Okay.
Yep.
But then Councillor Fry's speaking and moving an amendment, so I'm trying.
He's not. Councillor Boyle's on. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, we were on the wrong queue and Councillor
Okay.
Fry is back at the bottom
you.
now, but actually, I will go off. I saw Councillor Fry's amendment and I'm happy to support going in that direction, and so look forward to him.
Councillor Young, you're up for 5 minutes.
I have nothing right now.
Councillor Dejanova, you're up for 5 minutes.
I just wanted to ask a point of information through you to staff.
Go for it.
I'm wondering, with this amendment, if this amendment were to pass and the applicant were to withdraw their zoning application. Actually, I have two questions. First of all, can staff advise an applicant? They can advise they can suggest they withdraw, but they can't force a withdrawal. Is that correct? So is this language consistent with that? Because it says to advise. Sorry,
We have no amendments. There are no amendments anywhere yet.
Oh, sorry. I heard Councillor
Right now we're
Fry.
debating the main motion.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll take myself off the queue.
Okay. Councillor Fry, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just got a note from the clerks that they didn't get my amendment, although I did send one in, and I gather Councillor Boyle saw it. So, and I see it's now coming through again. So I've submitted an amendment to the clerk, and this is actually thanks to staff for providing me some helpful insights on this one and writing it actually. So
You can
it's pretty
explain it now,
self-explanatory.
or you can explain it now, or wait for a seconder. Councillor Boyle seconded, so you have a clean 5 minutes there, Councillor.
Sure, and I certainly don't need that much. I appreciate the changing parameters that the applicant has suggested, and I think that there's perhaps opportunity here. I do really want to uphold and respect staff's concerns around CBD and preserving that sort of unique zoning parameter. I think it's important, and I do take their concerns around the potential for speculation if we go willy-nilly and ad hoc with this. So this amendment that council advised the applicant to withdraw this rezoning application and consider a submission through the policy inquiry process, and we've heard a bunch about that today, the PEP, and evaluate an alternative proposal that can address that criteria. So that's that.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova speaking to the amendment.
Okay. Now I will proceed with my point of information, if that's okay with you, Mayor. The staff. So I had started off on this because I too, like Councillor Boyle, had seen the amendment, and I apologize, I jumped the gun there. But as I wait for Teresa O'Donnell to come to the podium, I'm just wondering, we can advise, but I mean, it's up to the applicant if they withdraw. They can choose to move forward regardless. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering if similar to another item we spoke about, how much additional time would the PEP process add to this?
Well, our PEP process typically takes about 4 months.
It was 3 with the last one, 4 with this. Is it more complex?
It's
sorry.
3 to 4.
3 to 4 months. Okay. But within that time frame?
Yes.
And that's, I suppose, that's if there's no changes made to the application. In the meantime.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
But we don't have an application, yes. But this one, at least we have the instructive dialogue here that kind of points us to where the council wants to go.
Okay, so this would be a 3 to 4 month delay at this time.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to consider that information, take myself off the queue for now. Thank you.
Councilor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. Just clarifying again that council can indeed direct, in this case, it's council's advising the applicant versus council directing staff to advise the applicant.
I think Loss was okay with this language. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And just, can you reconfirm for me if this were to go through the PEP process established by council, the baseline criteria remain reconciliation and cultural redress, housing, jobs and economy, and other city-serving amenities in order to be green lit? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Would have to meet at least one of those, or is it more than one? Is it just?
Any one, typically we see more than one, but anyone would get you across that line. Mm-hmm.
Okay, would that potentially mean in going through, if this is supported, to go through that process, that we could end up in a similar circumstance where what's proposed doesn't accommodate any job space and it's all rental housing, or in this case, potentially maybe a combination of rental and hotel, or?
I would envision a combination. I think what we'd try to do is to get an application that staff would support. Right now, we would bring the application forward for denial. And we all, of course, are looking for a room to cooperate and to collaborate on a successful application. I think that's the objective anyway.
I guess my last question then would be that you'd look at the application, you'd consider these baseline criteria. Would you also consider, in evaluating that, the existing policies and the spirit of wanting to have job space?
Yes, because the policy now, the 5.2, is pretty specific. You can have residential if you designate the building, seismically upgrade it, provide a substantial public benefit, and the PEP process allows us to consider more factors.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for clarifying these points. Thanks.
Cool. Councilor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, point of information through you to staff. And it's following up on Councillor Dominato's question. I was going to ask a similar one, but maybe I'll just tease out one additional point. Just to be clear, if this were to go through the PEP process, if council pursued this, and if the applicant chose to pursue it, there would have to be substantive changes to this proposed application logically based on the criteria for it to be accepted. I'm just reframing that back.
Yes.
So it would have to look different, quite different than it looks today.
Yes. It would have to probably include the hotel, which it doesn't today.
Is it fair to say that perhaps it provides some broader parameters for consideration, but based on what we're seeing at the moment in terms of what's in front of us, we're not likely to see a different outcome, whether or not we go through the PE process or we uphold the staff recommendations? Unless there's a change of heart of the applicant in terms of a substantial.
But I think we have heard some flexibility on the part of the applicant today to include the hotel and perhaps look at some more definition around what workforce housing actually is. But it'd be hard to speculate right now.
Okay, and follow-up point of information is there any consideration, because one of the things that we hear at council is the increasing loss of public space, particularly within this area. I used to work immediately across the street. And so, for example, that building that backs onto Alberni, where that public plaza was built out for retail, that all of and the Pacific Center, where the plaza was devoted to the Apple store, that all of the kind of the public space and gathering is essentially disappearing. Would that form part of
we would absolutely look at the urban form down there, and the views. That McMillan building, that's an iconic building, and the view to that building being blocked is something that I would want Kevin and our urban design group to take a very careful look at.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
I just wanted to say I'm happy to support this. I certainly have heard interesting and useful conversation, even in the suggestion of hotel use that wasn't in the application that we had before us. I think that's a valuable conversation. Like I've said, I appreciate the conversation about moderate income rental and aligning that with similar approaches that we've taken in the Broadway plan and the West End issues report and elsewhere. So I think going through the PEP process sounds like an appropriate place to have those conversations and figure out a proposal. I'm not opposed to residential on top of hotel and commercial in this space. We know we need more rental. Having more moderate income rental would be valuable, and would appreciate that going back through a process where staff can make sure that the public benefits are being maximized in what the public is seeing out of this. So happy to support this approach.
Councillor Dejanova, 3.5 minutes.
Thanks. I won't be supporting this amendment. I appreciate, the sentiment and the explanation for it. But I also understand that the applicant feels comfortable moving forward, and that's their right to do that towards public hearing. Maybe there's something not on mute, Mayor. There we go. I'll just, not mine. Okay, now that the cell phone stopped. I am concerned, though, that, sending something back into the PEP process, and as, some of my colleagues, the answers to their questions, explained the issue that brings me to my decision, which is it would need to change substantially. And, council, we talk about, and we know that, Vancouver, the city of Vancouver, we don't have a good reputation for moving things forward fast, especially when it comes to timelines. And I don't put that on our staff. I appreciate that our staff are working within the limitations of the policies here, and council has to make hard decisions. And pushing that off to another process to just come back to council again, to me doesn't make sense. The applicant, and I want to be very clear that we're not supposed to be considering the merits of the application here. I know that. And public hearing is the time to do that. So instead of asking for a withdrawal, let it go forward to public hearing. And if the council of the day decides not to vote on it, then that's the decision they make. And that's how I'm framing this decision. But I think that it should move forward. So at this point in time, I'm not going to be able to support this amendment, because I'm concerned that all it will do is increase the amount of time. And I actually am a little bit concerned that what's brought forward this amendment is some debate today actually over the project instead of the policy. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I am in favor of upholding the original staff recommendations. I believe that versus the amendment, because I believe that we do need to protect our limited job space, just like we need to protect industrial land. We do have a low vacancy rate, and it was interesting in the maps. What stood out for me in the staff presentation is that so the CBD is literally circled fully by areas that are where residential is permissible. And yet we have sort of limitations in terms of that job space, and still, despite the pandemic and sort of a shift in patterns, a low vacancy rate. And I think just like we have lots of very robust and important conversations around how we need to ensure livability and public benefits alongside with residential, I think that we also need to uphold a strong and thriving economy, which is what enables people to live in an expensive city. And so that concerns me when we start to chip away at that. And I think that has become a vital business area because of that policy that clearly identified that the area was being encroached upon, similar to whether you look at arts and cultural space, and when you don't protect that, you see the loss of it. And I think it does have ramifications. I also note with respect to the hotel zoning policies now, whether it's the interim hotel zoning development policy or otherwise, that our policies are too restrictive and I think limited to enable new hotel. It's quite difficult to do it geographically in other areas of the city. We're just now starting to see some new properties coming on stream, such as one near Oak Ridge, or we approved one recently on the Broadway corridor, but traditionally they've only been enabled in downtown and in those specific areas. And it's quite difficult to build a hotel. And as we heard, just like rental residential, you do need scale in order to develop that. And so I feel like this would also, as it's envisioned, be a bit of a nail in the coffin of trying to bring forth the needed hotel space. And that also has ramifications in putting pressure on the short-term rental stock, impacting the health and viability of our tourism sector and turning to grow because we just don't have the inventory. So for me, there's a number of considerations there. So I'm leaning towards just upholding the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm not supposed to enter debate as chair, so I concede the chair to Councillor Kirby-Young. I have a point of information to staff. Thanks so much.
Go ahead.
Point of information. Okay, so this amendment is add letter. It's not strike and replace. So in my mind, does this mean that the applicant can either move ahead the way they want to, or they can go through the PEP process? It really doesn't cancel out the past option. It just adds a different option. Is that correct?
Hi, Mayor. Templar Sang, Stitch Issues Manager with Planning. This would be in addition to Resolution A, so that resolution would be maintained, and this would be additional direction to the applicant should they wish to withdraw their application and go through PEP. It is at their discretion, though.
Right. So this doesn't cancel the staff recommendation. It just adds that staff is going to suggest that they go through this, but the applicant doesn't have to do that. Can just proceed with the letter A recommendation.
Correct.
Right. So it's not an either or. Okay. Thank you very much. That's it for questions for me, Councillor Kirby-Young. I take the chair back. Thank you. Councillor Swanson, the 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to support this amendment. I think hopefully if we go through this other process with a new application, we could maybe get some affordability for residential and or a hotel that actually had jobs. And I think Stafford is talking about that, and hopefully that's the direction we can go.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also going to support this amendment, and it's really for, I think, a logical reason. Right now, the staff recommendation is not supportive of the application. If the applicant takes this forward, they know that the staff is not supportive. And I think they've heard the discussion at the council table and know that there's a great deal of concern around the application. So this offers an alternative to the applicant to work with staff around and through the PEP process. I think that's just respectful of the applicant's time and the public hearing process, which at this point would be not a very happy process in terms of the negativity it carries with it from the beginning. So I think it's a good suggestion. Thank you, Councillor Fry.
That's it. So let's vote. Councillor Carr. Here we go. Came up. Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dejanova in opposition. It passes. Over to the main queue. Councillor Fry, anything else?
Nope, that's good for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Dominato, anything else?
Nothing further.
Great. That's it. So we have the amended staff report that's had the letter B added. That's up for vote now, but maybe I'll get the clerks just to pull that up on screen just so everybody can see what we're
Move to sever.
Move to sever.
The last clause that was added.
Yep. So just so everybody knows, we don't have it lettered AB, but
Mayor,
it is now.
Just before you call the vote, I'm on the queue.
Yeah, Councillor Dejanova, you have 4 minutes.
Can I ask a point of information to staff?
You can.
Thanks. Just wanted clarity if, for whatever reason, this motion were to fail, or the recommendations currently on the screen were to fail, this would move forward to public hearing. Is that correct? For council's decision? The application would?
Yes, we have an application. We will process it to public hearing.
Okay. And that's if this is to fail, that's what would happen. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we're good to go. We're going to vote on A first. Just highlight A. That's what we'll be voting on first. It is severed. A first. And that passes with Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Now we are going to go to B. It triggered? I think I'm going, yep, there we go. Okay, that passes with Councillor Dejanova and Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition. That is it, Council. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Thank you. I heard Councillor Dejanova, seconded by, I think, Councillor Kirby-Young. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. We are adjourned. Thank you to all who participated today.
Yeah, good work.